Chapter 37:25. Bam! Chu felt his fist force being deflected to the side, as if he had hit a slippery moss-covered stone. Monk Zhishan took 2 steps back and looked at Chu solemnly. The fist force in his body was ferocious and overbearing. When he channeled to dissolve it, the fist force suddenly turned into extreme yin and soft, causing his inner energy to miss. Just as his inner energy turned into extreme yin and soft, his opponent's fist force turned into extreme yang. Pft! Monk Zhishan spat out a mouthful of blood and spat out his injuries. His body was fine. Chu praised, "What an impressive Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture." Almsgiver Zhao knows the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture too, Monk Zhishan said. Chu nodded. That's right. Our temple's Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture is never taught to outsiders. Monk Zhishan looked at him sternly. The Scripture is never taught to outsiders. Those who have obtained the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture without enlightenment are the greatest enemies of the Reincarnation Temple. I'm going to cripple your Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture. Chu laughed. Only the Reincarnation Temple is allowed to cultivate it. Others can't. You think you can cripple it just like that? That's right, Monk Zhishan said. Chu smiled. The Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture can restore one's cultivation level. What's the point of crippling it? Monk Zhishan smiled. The Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture will naturally be crippled when I'm gone. Chu laughed and turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of Monk Zhishan. His body movement technique was extremely fast. Even though his cultivation level was not high, he was still faster than Monk Zhishan. Namo Amitabha. Monk Zhishan fluttered and chased after him. Chu sprinted along the peak of the mountain like an arrow released from a bow. He rushed out of the cliff and into the air. Monk Zhishan followed behind him without hesitation and dashed out as well. Chu and Monk Zhishan fell down like 2 rocks at an increasing speed. Chu suddenly shot out a blade. Ding! Monk Zhishan took out a lunar chakram from his sleeve and blocked the flying blade. Chu frowned. Monk Zhishan's spiritual energy was much stronger than ordinary people. He must have some kind of secret skill that could detect the flying blade in advance, similar to the nature restoration manifestation. Chu took a deep breath and slowed down. He arrived above Monk Zhishan and shot out another blade. Ding! Monk Zhishan blocked the attack with his full moon chakram again, increasing the speed of his descent. Suddenly, Chu took a deep breath and imitated the spirit crane's breathing technique. He waved both of his palms as if a spirit crane was spreading its wings. Suddenly, his body stopped in midair. Then, with 2 more flaps, his body flew upwards like a spirit crane. When he was at the spirit crane's peak, he had seen many spirit cranes taking off and would occasionally imitate them. That was how he got this inspiration, and it just so happened that he could use it now. Monk Zhishan was falling faster and faster. When he raised his head and saw that Chu was flying upward, he took a deep breath and his loose monk robe suddenly puffed up like an inflated balloon. Then, he slowed down his falling speed and slowly descended. This was already the limit. It was impossible to fly any further. The cliff was far away, and the surroundings were completely empty. A Grandmaster would also need to borrow strength from somewhere to use his light body technique. If he could not borrow strength, there was nothing he could do. Monk Zhishan put his palms together and a lunar chakram fell from his sleeve. He bent his leg and kicked the lunar chakram diagonally. The crescent wheel flew obliquely, while he shot towards the cliff covered with moss. Bang! He hit the cliff with his palm and then shot upwards. At the same time, he waved his hand and the lunar chakram went back into his wide sleeve. By the time he reached the top of the cliff, 2 small pebbles were shot at him with a chi-chi sound. He was prepared for this. He placed the 2 lunar chakrams in front of him, one to his throat and the other to his chest. Coincidentally, he hit the stones and his body flew off the cliff again. Chu Li kept shooting small stones with his fingers. The small stones contained an incredible amount of energy and were incredibly fast. Monk Zhishan could not dodge them and could only use the lunar chakram to block them as he was in midair. The Earth Matrix and Reincarnation scripture showed its wonders. He borrowed the power of the small stones and turned the vertical force into a horizontal force. His body shot towards the cliff, then he hit the cliff with his palm and went up again. Chu Li continued to throw small stones down while Monk Zhishan went up again and again. It was unknown how many times they had gone up and down. Both of them seemed to be stuck in a dead end. One insisted on going up while the other insisted on going down. When Monk Zhishan reached the peak for the last time, the surroundings were empty and there was no sign of Chu Li. Monk Zhishan frowned. He suddenly smiled in the direction of Falling Autumn City and chanted the name of Buddha. Then, he turned around and left, his red cowl fluttering in the wind. When Li Ruolin and the other two arrived at the north gate of Falling Autumn City, the sun was already setting and the sky was dark. The three of them stopped and turned around. Will junior brother Zhao be able to make it back in time? Zhou Jinchun asked with a frown. The three of them looked solemn. The reincarnation temple was not like other sections. Monk Zhishan's martial arts must be amazing. They were afraid that junior brother Zhao would be in danger. With this worry, they did not speak much along the way. Li Ruolin said, Senior brother Zhou, senior brother Ji, go in and deliver the pills to the messenger. I'll wait for him here. All right. Zhou Jinchun sighed. We'll deliver the pills first and wait for him with you. All right. Li Ruolin nodded. The two of them turned to look in the direction of the main road. The forest was dense but Chu Li was nowhere to be seen. They turned around and entered Falling Autumn City. Li Ruolin stood by the side of the road and looked in the direction of the main road. Her face was covered by a white veil and her charming eyes were captivating. Coupled with her graceful figure, she attracted the attention of the passers-by. Li Ruolin ignored them and ignored their gazes. She stared at the end of the main road and desperately hoped to see that familiar figure. As the dusk deepened and the light around them dimmed, her heart sank. The monk from the Reincarnation Temple was a top-notch master. She did not know what powerful techniques he had and whether Zhao Dai would fall for them. If Zhao Dai had recovered his cultivation level, he would be able to fight Monk Zhishan. Now that his cultivation level had not recovered, he might not be a match for Monk Zhishan. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. As the dusk deepened, she could no longer see into the distance. A normal person would not be able to see the figure at the end of the main road. However, Li Ruolin had a profound inner energy so the dusk could not obstruct her vision. However, he had not arrived after such a long time. The ominous feeling in her heart grew stronger. He's not here yet? Jixian suddenly appeared beside her. Li Ruolin shook her head. Could he have entered the city from the other side? Jixian said, he wants to get rid of Monk Zhishan. I'm afraid he'll take a detour. Let's wait in the city. I'll wait and see, Li Ruolin said. Jixian frowned. Junior sister Li, you're very concerned about junior brother Zhao. Li Ruolin glanced at him. Senior brother Ji, what do you mean? He's covering our retreat. Are you going to ignore him? That's not what I meant, Jixian quickly said. Li Ruolin waved her hand and said, Senior brother Ji, you can go in first. I'll wait here. Jixian became angry when he saw her cold gaze. He gave a fist salute and left. Li Ruolin let out a long sigh of relief. Senior brother Ji was usually a good person, but she could not agree with him sometimes. Let's enter the city. Chu Li's voice was suddenly heard as he appeared in front of Li Ruolin. Li Ruolin quickly turned around and looked at him. I'm not hurt. Chu Li said casually, Monk Zhishan is a troublesome guy. I hope you don't run into him, senior sister. Chapter 37-26. Is Monk Zhishan really that powerful? Li Ruolin asked. The patrol's martial arts skills were not very strong, but they still dared to roam the world. This was because all patrols knew a mystical skill. By activating the secret technique of great light and then activating this mystical skill, they would be able to escape extremely fast. Almost no one could catch up to them. However, this technique also had its flaws. Sometimes, one would not be able to use it in time and would be heavily injured, just like the last time when senior brother Ji was in the Ji dynasty. Moreover, using this technique would greatly damage one's vitality, and it would take a year and a half to recover. If he had known about Monk Ji Shan's prowess in advance, he would have activated this technique the moment he encountered him. Monk Ji Shan would not have been able to do anything to him. Chu Li sighed. He can dodge my flying blade. Li Ruolin frowned. Junior brother Zhao's cultivation level was not considered top-notch, and he had yet to recover, so he was relying on the light blade to run amok. Once the light blade was restrained, it was equivalent to taking away his sharpest weapon. He was like a toothless tiger. Chu Li replied, "There's no such thing as an invincible martial art. The same goes for the light blade." "Then you really have to be careful," Li Ruolin reminded him seriously. Chu Li laughed. "I don't only have the light blade." Li Ruolin shook her head. Now that his cultivation level was weak, he was no match for himself without the light blade. He was truly lucky to be able to escape from Monk Ji Shan. Thinking of this, she felt a little scared. "Hurry up and restore your cultivation." Chu Li nodded. The two of them passed through the North City Gate side by side, followed the bustling Central Street, and arrived at the mayor's mansion in the center of the city. Li Ruolin flashed her waist tag and was quickly brought to the main hall by the external chief. Gxin and Zhou Jinchun were talking in the main hall. "Who's outside? Come in." A gentle voice came from inside. Chu Li had already pictured the situation in the main hall in his mind. A middle-aged man with grizzled hair was sitting on an armchair in the north. He wasn't tall, but his body was tall and sturdy. His appearance couldn't be considered handsome, but he was rough and charming. He was currently laughing loudly. Gxin and Zhou Jinchun were sitting in the armchairs next to him and were smiling along with him. Li Ruolin and Chu Li entered the main hall. When Gxin and Zhou Jinchun saw them, they stood up in surprise. "Junior brother Zhao, you're back." Chu Li gave a fist salute. Li Ruolin curtsied. "Greetings, altar leader Mo, Ruolin, you've worked hard this time. We're waiting for your spirit pills." The middle-aged man smiled and looked at Chu Li. "Is this Zhao Dave?" Li Ruolin turned to look at Chu Li and gave him a look. "This is altar leader Mo Qianjun, Mo Tsue's father." Chu Li calmly gave a fist salute. "Greetings, altar leader Mo. Haha, Zhao Dave, we can be considered enemies on a narrow road." Mo Qianjun laughed heartily and said, "You killed Qingqing, I found someone to plot against you, we can be considered even, no discord, no concord." Chu Li gave a fist salute, his face expressionless. Mo Qianjuan's cultivation was so profound that it was even higher than Fang Qingyang's. He would have had his doubts before he joined the sect, but now he understood that becoming a law emperor did require luck. Being strong in martial arts was the basic requirement, but one also had to contribute enough. Mo Qianjuan's level of cultivation was sufficient, but he did not have enough meritorious services. He could not become a guardian king, even if his martial arts were stronger than Fang Qingyang's. The Holy Church of Light was particular about pragmatism. The stronger one's martial arts was, the greater one's contribution would be. If one had strong martial arts but did not go out to work, he would only be an ordinary disciple. Those who could become an altar leader were all people who were skilled in worldly affairs and had brilliant methods. Logically speaking, once one had enough cultivation, becoming a law emperor would be a matter of time. Mo Qianjun was unlucky and was stuck. He must have come to Falling Autumn City to contribute and become a law emperor. Chu Li knew what he was thinking and became even more vigilant. Emo Qianjun had to be careful of a person who could restrain his hatred and smile. Zhou Jinchun said, Altar Leader Mo, if it wasn't for junior brother Zhao's help, we wouldn't have made it here. Royal Blade Palace and Hai Tsong Mountain sent masters to stop us, and even the Reincarnation Temple sent masters. They really think highly of us. Mo Qianjun frowned. The Reincarnation Temple? Yes. Zhou Jinchun shook his head. This red-robed monk isn't someone to be trifled with. That little flying saucer spun at a terrifying speed, and I almost lost my head. Luckily, junior brother Zhao came to our rescue and held him back from behind. That's how we managed to make it here. Which monk? Mo Qianjun looked at Chu Li. Li Ruolin answered, Shan. Mo Qianjun's expression darkened. Shan. His expression quickly stiffened. It was as if he was made of iron and stone as his face turned green. Altar Leader Mo knows this monk Shan? Zhou Jinchun asked. Have you fought him before? He Shan. Mo Qianjun shook his head. Li Ruolin gave Zhou Jinchun a look, signaling him not to ask any more questions. Zhou Jinchun quickly said, Altar Leader Mo, the spirit pills have been handed over. We should go back and report. Altar Leader Mo, do you have any instructions for us? Since you're here, don't be in a hurry to go back. Mo Qianjun's expression quickly returned to normal and he smiled again. It's not too late to rest for 2 days before leaving. The Holy Church is short on manpower. I'm afraid there will be more missions, Zhou Jinchun said. Mo Qianjun said, 2 days won't make a difference. I'll treat all of you well. You've been a great help to us. Li Ruolin asked, Altar Leader Mo, how's the situation in Falling Autumn City? It's fine. Mo Qianjun smiled. Junior Sister Lu and I are here. The other 3 sects have sent a few martial arts masters. They didn't undermine us, did they? Li Ruolin frowned. Mo Qianjun laughed. Look at the situation now. How dare they? That's good. Li Ruolin nodded. Why don't I see Senior Sister Lu? She's injured. Mo Qianjun shook his head and smiled. Go and see her. She's in the backyard. He raised his voice. Guards. A young lady in green entered. Altar Leader. Bring them to see Junior Sister Lu. Yes. The young lady in green led the 4 away. Mo Qianjun stared at Chu Li's back thoughtfully. Chu Li sensed his gaze and restrained his killing intent. If he was not sensitive, he would not have sensed it. He turned to look at Mo Qianjun. Mo Qianjun smiled and nodded. With a cold expression, Chu Li turned around and followed the others. Mo Qianjun's smile did not disappear even after Chu Li disappeared. As they walked on a pebbled path surrounded by lush flowers, Zhou Jinchun said excitedly, I can finally see Junior Sister Lu. Xian scoffed. Senior Brother Zhou, do you really like Junior Sister Lu? Of course. Zhou Jinchun said, there are many people in our sect who don't like Junior Sister Lu. Xian shook his head. He could not understand. Although Junior Sister Lu was as beautiful as Junior Sister Li, she was hot-tempered and overbearing. It was the complete opposite of her cute and obedient appearance. She did not have the gentleness of a woman at all. How could she be liked? The 4 of them followed the young lady in green through 2 courtyards and arrived at a small, exquisite courtyard. There were a few green bamboos at the foot of the west wall. There was a flower bed in the middle of the courtyard and a low couch was placed in the middle of the flower bed. A cute and obedient young lady with exquisite facial features was sitting on the couch. Her face was pale as she stared blankly at the blooming flowers. Junior Sister Lu, where's your arm? Zhou Jinchun shouted as he stepped into the courtyard. Chapter 37:27. The young girl turned to look at the crowd and nodded coldly. Junior Sister Li, you're here. Li Ruolin frowned and approached the bed. She looked at her left shoulder and asked, Senior Sister Lu, what happened? Didn't you see it? Lu Jin said faintly, his arm was cut off. Who did this? Li Ruolin said through gritted teeth. Lu Jin said, Ji Shan of the Reincarnation Temple. It's him. Li Ruolin turned to look at Chu Li. Zhou Jinchun gritted his teeth. What a benevolent bald donkey. I won't forgive him. Lu Jin glanced at him with her bright eyes and said indifferently, Senior brother Zhou, you'll die if you run into him. Ai. Zhou Jinchun punched the stone table, causing several cracks to appear on it. Lu Jin frowned. What are you trying to do? Zhou Jinchun sheepishly withdrew his fist. Junior sister Lu, I can't do anything to this bald donkey alone. Let's go together and beat him to a pulp. Lu Jin replied snappily, Altar Leader Mo, I, the White Tiger Sect, the Flaming Sun Sect, and the Tian Luo Sect attacked him together, but he beat us to a pulp. Zhou Jinchun frowned and said, It can't be. He looked at Chu Li. Chu Li said, He cultivates the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture, which allows him to leverage his opponent's strength. He's least afraid of being surrounded. In fact, it's even easier for him to be surrounded than to fight alone. Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture. Lu Jin said hatefully, Damn the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture. Her eyes were cold and sharp as she looked at Chu Li. You are? Zhao Daif, Li Ruolin replied. I think I've heard of this name before. Lu Jin furrowed her long and thin brows and thought for a while. Zhao Daif. The light blade, Li Ruolin replied. Oh, that's right, the one you lured into the mountain, the one with the highest level of the light blade. Lu Jin came to a sudden realization and sized him up. He's really ugly. Chu Li glared at him snappily. Lu Jin said, however, it doesn't matter if a man is ugly. The key is that he has the ability to master the light blade to such a high level. He's really good, much better than these embroidered pillows. She cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Jinchun and Ji Xian. Zhou Jinchun smiled sheepishly while Ji Xian's expression darkened. Lu Jin said, You two go ahead. Senior sister Li and junior brother Zhao stay. Junior sister Lu, we're not busy, Zhou Jinchun said. If you guys aren't busy, I'm busy. Don't be an eyesore here. Lu Jin scoffed. Let's go, senior brother Zhou. Ji Xian pulled Zhou Jinchun along and strode away. Zhou Jinchun was dragged out reluctantly and complained, I still want to stay a little longer. Why did you humiliate yourself? Ji Xian scoffed. Senior brother Zhou, with senior sister Lu's attitude, why did you insist on getting close to her? Zhou Jinchun said, Lu Shimi has a sharp tongue but a soft heart, she has that kind of temper. She has a sharp tongue but a sharp heart. Only you, senior brother Zhou, think that she has a soft heart. Ji Xian shook his head and said, I really can't like a woman like her. Go away, what do you know? Zhou Jinchun waved his hand. Ji Xian scoffed. She won't even look at me if I'm not strong in martial arts. Once I'm strong, she'll smile at me. She's too snobbish. Zhou Jinchun laughed. Junior sister Lu doesn't care about appearance but martial art. It's just like how you care about beauty. What's wrong with that? I think it's much better than looking at appearance. You. Ji Xian shook his head. Only the three of them were left in the courtyard. Chu Li stood still while Li Ruolin sat on the couch and said to Lu Jin, Save them some face. Oh, are you feeling sorry for your senior brother Ji? Lu Jin pouted. He's just an idiot. You treat him like a treasure. Senior sister Lu. Li Ruolin frowned. No one was perfect. Although senior brother Ji had a lot of flaws, he had a lot of good points too. One should not look at a person's flaws, or they would not be liked. Lu Jin scoffed. Alright, do whatever you want. You'll suffer in the future. Junior brother Zhao, did you fight with Monk Zhishan? Chu Li shook his head. It's not really a fight. I just escaped from him. You're amazing to be able to escape from that stupid Monk Zhishan. Lu Jin said. Can't the light blade deal with him? He has a special skill that allows him to avoid the light blade, Chu Li said. I could only play a trick and escape. Hidden weapons can't deal with him. Lu Jin nodded. The musical assassination technique won't work either. In short, he's like a monster. He single-handedly defeated Falling Autumn City. It's so embarrassing. Is he invincible? Li Ruolin asked. I can hurt him even if I have to risk my life. Lu Jin pointed at her missing left shoulder. I just gave him a blow. Unfortunately, it's not a serious injury. Senior Sister Lu, you should change your temper. Li Ruolin shook her head. You're at a disadvantage too easily. Altar Leader Mo should be at the front. The Holy Church of Light did not have a rule of sending low-level disciples to their death. Whoever had a higher position would be at the front. This was an unspoken rule. I can't stand him being so arrogant. Lu Jin scoffed. Li Ruolin sighed and did not say anything else. Lu Jin said, You should leave quickly in case that stupid monk comes again. If that's the case, we'll stay, Li Ruolin said. One more person means more strength. That stupid monk is ruthless. Lu Jin scoffed. I lost my arm, but a female disciple from Tian Luo sect died. Chu Li's expression changed. He quickly asked, Senior Sister Lu, who are the masters from Tian Luo sect? They were brought by Feng, Lu Jin said. You know the disciples from Tian Luo sect? Chu Li's expression changed again. Li Ruolin glanced at him. She knew what he was worried about. She asked, Senior Sister Lu, what's the name of the dead female disciple? How would I remember that? Lu Jin pouted. She came with Bai Feng anyway. I didn't remember. Chu Li's expression darkened. Lu Jin was shocked. You don't know her, do you? Are you involved with a female disciple of the Tian Luo sect? His appearance did not seem like it would be able to move the hearts of the Tian Luo sect's disciples. The female disciples of the Tian Luo sect had all experienced the mortal world and had seen through the barriers of love. It was very difficult for them to be moved by a man. He rebuilt the Radiance clan and stirred up a storm in Gale City, Li Ruolin replied. Lu Jin was even more surprised. The Radiance clan has been rebuilt? Chu Li nodded absent-mindedly. The omniscient mirror covered a 10-mile radius, but Bai Feng was nowhere to be found. Where's Senior Bai? Chu Li asked. Isn't he in town now? At the east side of the city. Lu Jin said, the 4 major sects will each guard one side. There's no need to guard the north. We'll just guard the mayor's mansion. Chu Li wanted to go and take a look. Lu Jin said, Bai Feng will probably be here soon. This batch of medicinal pills will be distributed to the other 3 sects. Li Ruolin said, then let's wait. Chu Li nodded slowly. Li Ruolin sighed. Senior Sister Lu, what will happen to you in the future? I still have my right hand and my martial arts. That's enough. Lu Jin said. Chu Li was impressed. It was rare to see such open-mindedness in a man. She was a delicate woman with a cute appearance. One would think that she was going to cry. It's a pity that you can't cultivate the Azura power technique, Li Ruolin muttered. I heard it can regrow severed limbs. The bloody garment divine power can also regrow severed limbs, Lu Jin said. Li Ruolin asked, should we find a way to cultivate it? Lu Jin rolled her eyes at her. Cultivating the Azura power technique will drive you crazy. The bloody garment divine power is the ultimate technique of the Church of the Divine Blood of Fu Dynasty. How can it be taught to outsiders? Chapter 37-28. He fist saluted. Senior Sister Lu, I'll take my leave first. Lu Jin said, don't rush. Junior Brother Zhao, your cultivation level is too low. Why are you so weak? His martial arts was crippled by a master from Haizong Mountain and he's cultivating again, Li Ruolin said. No wonder, but it's rare that he managed to escape from Monk Zhishan with such a low cultivation level. It's rare. Lu Jin smiled pleasantly. Senior Sister Lu, you're flattering me. Chu Li fist saluted awkwardly. Lu Jin ignored his ugliness and was very enthusiastic because he was skilled in martial arts. To Lu Jin, a man's charm came from his abilities. A man who was strong enough was truly charming. Those who were weak in martial arts could not be regarded as a real man. Good looks were useless. She had a unique way of thinking. Lu Xun's eyes sparkled as she sized him up. Her admiration was obvious. Li Ruolin coughed. "All right, junior brother Zhao, you may leave. I'll talk to senior sister Lu." Chu Li Fist saluted and left. Lu Xun watched Chu Li leave before looking away reluctantly. "My eyeballs are going to fall out," Li Ruolin said. Lu Xun looked at Li Ruolin. "Junior sister Li, you're so lucky to have met such a person." "He has a bad temper." Li Ruolin shook her head. "He pisses me off. I really don't know if he's the guide or if I'm the guide. It's inevitable that he's arrogant. He has the right to throw a tantrum." Lu Xun said, "You let go of such a good man and fell for senior brother Ji. You're really… what nonsense." Li Ruolin rolled her eyes. Lu Xun said, "Zhao Dai is 100 times stronger than him. Ji Xian's martial arts is ordinary and he's narrow-minded. You'll suffer if you follow him. If you don't listen to me, you'll suffer sooner or later. Senior brother Ji is a patrol too." "He's not bad," Li Ruolin said. Lu Xun pouted and did not say anything else. "Senior sister Lu, your thoughts are too extreme," Li Ruolin said. She understood why Lu Xun had such thoughts. Lu Xun's parents were disciples of the Holy Church. Her father died in a war and her mother was crippled. Although she stayed in the Great Light Peak, she was still inferior to others and had to suffer. That was why Lu Xun had been longing for a strong man to rely on since she was young. That way, she wouldn't have to struggle in this world. But Lu Xun herself was very strong. She practiced martial art with all her might. Her aptitude was also very high, so her martial art skill was far superior to his. Among the younger generation of male disciples in the cult, no one could beat her. The reason why she was only a patrol was because she was focused on cultivation. She was always in closed-door cultivation and rarely left the mountain to perform meritorious deeds. Otherwise, the position of altar master would be within reach. Being crippled this time was a huge blow to her. It was definitely not as light as it seemed on the surface. When Chu Li arrived at the main hall, it was bustling with noise and laughter. It was extremely harmonious. The Holy Church of Light's spirit pills were very sincere, so the other 3 sects were very happy. Bai Feng was dressed in a white robe with a white veil covering her peerlessly beautiful face. She was sitting in an armchair with a young woman. Her eyes were clear and cold, and she was out of tune with the laughter around her. Mo Qianjun sat in the main seat. Below him were 2 middle-aged men from the White Tiger sect and 2 middle-aged men from the Flaming Sun sect. Chu Li could tell their identities from the heart technique they cultivated. The masters from the White Tiger sect and the Flaming Sun sect were all extraordinary. They had reached the level of an elder and were inferior to Mo Qianjun. When he stepped into the main hall, he attracted everyone's attention. Bai Feng was surprised. "Young Master Zhao." Chu Li gave a fist salute and smiled. "Greetings, Senior Bai." Bai Feng asked, "Why are you here? Didn't you just become an inner mountain disciple not long ago?" She knew the Holy Church of Light's rules. Disciples who entered the peak were not allowed to leave the mountain for the first year and had to focus on cultivation. Chu Li smiled. "I've accumulated enough meritorious deeds so I can leave the mountain and increase my experience." "I see. It's not difficult for you to do so with your abilities." Bai Feng nodded. "Don't forget to go back to Gale City." "Miss Bai, this is…" a middle-aged man from the White Tiger sect asked. Bai Feng glanced at him. "Jing Guanyin, he's Zhao Dai." "Zhao Dai's?" Jing Guanyan's expression darkened as he stared at him. "You're Zhao Dai?" Chu Li's expression darkened as well. It was completely different from how he treated Bai Feng. He nodded proudly. "I'm Zhao Dai. Have I offended you? I'm Jing Guanyin from the White Tiger sect." "So you're from the White Tiger sect. No wonder," Chu Li said proudly. "What do you have to say?" We've heard that your light blade is powerful, Zhao Dajiang. We'd like to learn a thing or two from you. Jing Guanyin scoffed. Chu Li spat out, You're courting death. Brother Jing. Emo Qianjun coughed softly and hurriedly said with a smile, Now is not the time to spar. After this big battle, I will definitely not stop you from sparring with Zhao Dave. We need to work together now, don't you think? Fine, I'll let him go for the time being out of respect for you, Brother Mo. Jing Guanyin nodded and scoffed. Zhao Dave, just you wait. Chu Li glanced at him and did not say anything else. Bai Feng shook her head. Ignore him. He's crazy. Jing Guanyin glared at Bai Feng but did not say anything. Chu Li smiled at Bai Feng and took a deep breath. Where's Yu Ru? Yu Ru. Bai Feng shook her head and sighed. Chu Li's expression tensed up. She didn't follow us, did she? No. Bai Feng replied, She's still in isolated cultivation. Her progress isn't going well, so she can't afford to be distracted. Chu Li let out a long sigh. It's good that Yu Ru didn't come. Her martial arts isn't at this level yet. She'll die if she comes. Bai Feng nodded and frowned. It was obvious that she was reminded of her fellow disciple's death. Emo Qianjun quickly said, Zhao Dajiang encountered Monk Zhishan on his way to Falling Autumn City. The main hall fell silent. Everyone's eyes flickered as they looked at Chu Li. Emo Qianjun said, In the end, Zhao Dai escaped from Monk Zhishan. Jing Guanyin glanced at Chu Li. Altar leader Mo, do you believe that? You've been tricked. Chu Li sneered and glanced at him before looking away. He was too lazy to refute him. Jing Guanyin was furious. He sneered. What, am I right? Bai Feng said, Jing Guanyin, can you stop for a while? Miss Bai, do you believe what Zhao Dai said? Jing Guanyin asked. How could he escape from Monk Zhishan? Could it be that he's working for the reincarnation temple? Bai Feng narrowed her eyes and said coldly, I wouldn't believe anyone else, but I believe young Master Zhao. With his current cultivation level, can he defeat Monk Zhishan? It doesn't matter how powerful the light blade is. Jing Guanyin scoffed. Moreover, Monk Zhishan is good at dodging hidden weapons. The light blade might not work. Chu Li nodded. He can indeed dodge the light blade. That's not it. Jing Guanyin became energetic and quickly said, What did I say? You can't even last 2 rounds against Monk Zhishan. Everyone remained silent and looked at Chu Li with inquiring eyes. Chapter 37-29. Emo Qianjun smiled. After Zhao Dai's martial arts was crippled by the Hai Tsang Mountain disciples, he's cultivating again. He'll be able to recover in no time and by then, he'll be able to deal with Monk Zhishan. Jing Guanyin said, Brother Mo, don't interrupt us. Let me ask you, Zhao Dai, how did you manage to escape from Monk Zhishan and return safely with such a low level of martial arts? He was finally relieved after hearing Mo Qianjuan's words. His previous attempts to test Zhao Dai were foolish to cover up his motive. Even if he did not find an opportunity, no one would take it seriously and just laugh it off. The sect used the honey trap on Zhao Dai and managed to calm him down. However, the sect was still filled with murderous intent towards Zhao Dai. Jing Guanyin finally concluded that Zhao Dai did not use a secret skill to hide his cultivation level. Instead, his martial arts had been crippled. This was a rare opportunity. If he could kill Zhao Dai, the White Tiger sect would look down on him and he would gain great prestige. Chu Li said coldly, Do you think I survived because I surrendered to the reincarnation temple? That's right. Jing Guanyin scoffed. Chu Li disappeared from where he was and appeared behind Jing Guanyin at the same time. He patted the back of Jing Guanyin's head, and when Jing Guanyin turned around to throw a punch, Chu Li appeared at his original position and looked at him coldly. Now you know why I was able to escape, right? Jing Guanyin's expression darkened and his body turned cold. Chu Li laughed coldly. You're such an idiot. You're thinking of killing me to gain merit. Dream on. Jing Guanyan's expression darkened even more. Your light body technique might not be better than Ji Shan's. Ji Shan can take your head off so easily? Chu Li scoffed. If it was that easy, he would have taken it off long ago. You wouldn't be talking nonsense here. You! Jing Guanyan glared at him. Junior brother Jing, forget it. Another middle-aged man from the White Tiger sect stopped him and scoffed. Stop fooling around. Senior brother Zhu. Jing Guanyan gritted his teeth and let out a sigh. Zhu Wenhan fist saluted at Chu Li. Young Master Zhao, please don't take it to heart. Junior brother Jing is just a blabbermouth. Don't lower yourself to his level. Chu Li cast a sidelong glance at him. One is fighting while the other is trying to stop the fight. Good move. Zhu Wenhan was secretly angry, but he smiled and waved his hand. Young Master Zhao has indeed misunderstood. Emo Qianjun smiled and said, All right, Dave, don't be so insistent. It's inevitable that there will be conflicts when there are too many people. It's fine as long as we talk things out. However, he said that you have joined the reincarnation temple and became a mole. He is indeed shooting his mouth off. Chu Li said, Altar leader Mo won't be so suspicious, right? Absolutely not. Mo Qianjun waved his hand and said, I have never doubted the loyalty of our holy church's disciples. Chu Li gave a fist salute. This Mo Qianjun looked bold and generous, but he was actually a sinister fellow. Every word he said hit the nail on the head, fanning the flames. In the end, he would come out to extinguish the flames, manipulating everyone in the palm of his hand. Namo Amitabha. Suddenly, the sound of a bronze bell resounded through the air and filled the entire hall. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Ji Shan's red cowl fluttered in the wind as he stood in the middle of the crowd in a flash. His wide cowl fluttered even though there was no wind. He pressed his palms together and bowed to the crowd. I'm here again. Chu Li frowned as he looked at him. Monk Ji Shan also looked over and pressed his palms together with a smile. It's said that the monk can run away, but the temple can't. This is indeed true. I've finally found you, almsgiver Zhao. Chu Li asked, You're here for me? I'll send these almsgivers away as well and send all of you to the afterlife. Monk Ji Shan glanced at the crowd and pressed his palms together. I'll chant for all of you and send all of you to the western paradise. Bai Feng's eyes were spitting fire, but she did not move. Her killing intent was like a sealed volcano that could erupt at any time. She gave the young lady beside her a look, but the young lady shook her head. She did not want to escape alone. Mo Qianjun shouted coldly, Ji Shan, don't think that we're afraid of you. 2 lunar chakras flew out from Monk Ji Shan's wide sleeve. With a whistling sound, one of the lunar chakras swerved to the right while the other swerved to the left. Mo Qianjun quickly said, The Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture can borrow other people's strength to fight against them. He'll use everyone's strength to deal with others, so try your best to dodge and don't fight head-on. The crowd immediately retreated when they heard this. One of the lunar chakras swerved toward Jing Guanyan, while the other went for Bai Feng. Ji Shan could sense Bai Feng's killing intent, so it was best to get rid of her first. Furthermore, with her beauty, it was best to get rid of her as well. Jing Guanyan quickly retreated, but the lunar chakras seemed to be able to sense the wind that he was moving and chased after him. A white silk flew out from Bai Feng's sleeve and wrapped around the lunar chakras. The white silk looked weak, but it was made of a special material that was unusually tough. It was difficult for swords and spears to damage it. Under the lunar chakras it was like cotton. The lunar chakras silently cut through the white silk and sped up toward Bai Feng. Swoosh! A flying blade hit the lunar chakras. The lunar chakras instantly flew into the air and continued to spin at a high speed. Then, it slowly fell and lost its killing intent. Chu Li ignored the other lunar chakras and allowed it to attack Jing Guanyan. Jing Guanyin was getting more and more exhausted. The lunar chakras were getting closer and closer to him, and he could not get rid of them. Ding! Zhu Wenhan, who was beside him, could not sit still and watch. He threw a punch and his fist energy hit the lunar chakras from afar. The lunar chakras suddenly sped up and turned into a black shadow that spun past Jing Guanyin. Pft! Jing Guanyin's head flew into the air, and a pillar of blood rose 10 feet into the air. The lunar chakras spun past Jing Guanyin's neck and continued toward Zhu Wenhan without any resistance. Chu Li shouted, "Deal with Ji Shan." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot a blade energy at Monk Ji Shan. Monk Ji Shan shook his head and a silver-white chakras appeared in front of his throat to block the blade energy. Ding! The chakras were made of a strange material that resembled jade and stone. Those who heard it could not help but fall silent. Their killing intent and anger dissipated. Mo Qianjun and the others shot toward Monk Ji Shan. Monk Ji Shan faced the crowd and suddenly waved the silver-white chakras. Instantly, a ball of white light shot out from the chakras toward the crowd. He kept waving the silver-white chakras, and rays of white light shot out like suns. Some of the people tried to block it while others tried to dodge it, but none of them were able to escape. Chu Li did not dodge the white light. Instead, he threw a punch. The white light collided with the fist force and penetrated his body without any resistance. It was extremely powerful and domineering. He quickly performed the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture and transferred the force out. The green bricks under his feet cracked like a spider web. His body was strong, so he was only slightly injured when he transferred his inner energy. It did not matter how serious it was, so he recovered quickly. He transferred half of his inner energy and turned the other half into his own inner energy. Then, he threw another punch at the white light. Bang! When the two forces collided, he took 2 steps back. At the same time, he turned his feet and left 3 footprints on the green brick. Monk Ji Shan stepped in front of Bai Feng. The silver chakras disappeared from his hand and reappeared in front of Bai Feng's chest. Ding! The silver chakras was suddenly hit by a flying blade and flew past Bai Feng's ear. Bai Feng broke out in a cold sweat and almost ended up like Jing Guanyin. Monk Ji Shan waved his hand and the silver chakras flew back to his hand. He waved several balls of white light toward the crowd and then stepped in front of Chu Li. Ding! The silver chakras blocked his throat and the blade energy was dispersed. Then, he sent another hand seal toward Chu Li. Chapter 37:30. Monk Ji Shan chased after Chu Li closely. His loose red robe fluttered in the wind as he stepped in front of Chu Li and pressed his palm down. Chu Li saw a pattern of a lunar chakram on his palm. It was as black as ink, as if a miniature lunar chakram was imprinted on his palm. It was faintly shining with a black luster. He shot out his blade. Swoosh! The energy blade let out a shrill whistle that was extremely swift. He used Monk Ji Shan's palm energy to activate this blade. The combination of ferocity and softness resulted in a strange whistle that was shockingly powerful. A silver-white chakram blocked his chest. Ding! The clear sound lingered in the air. Everyone calmed down and their killing intent decreased. They could not help but want to stop fighting. Chu Li retreated and shot out another blade while he was in midair. Ding! The clear sound was heard again. Everyone's movements slowed down. After the silver-white chakram blocked the flying blade, it went back into Monk Ji Shan's sleeve. Then 2 lunar chakrams appeared. The black lunar chakrams whizzed toward Bai Feng and Zhu Wenhan. Chu Li shot out another blade and deflected Bai Feng's lunar chakram. He ignored the other lunar chakram. Zhu Wenhan watched as the lunar chakram whizzed toward him like a shadow of death. He was furious and wanted to kill Chu Li with one punch. If Chu Li had left him in the lurch, junior brother Jing would not have died and he would not have been able to block this. Zhu Wenhan raised his voice. Brother Mo, are you still going to stand by and watch? Mo Qianjun shook his head and smiled bitterly. His cultivation level was the highest among them, but he could only unleash one divine light fist. Monk Zhishan kept the lunar chakram in front of Bai Feng and met the divine light fist with his palm. Bang! Amidst the muffled sound, he blocked the punch and disappeared from his spot. He reappeared in front of Chu Li and pushed his palm out. His palm seemed slow, but it was unbelievably fast. It covered every angle and left no room for escape. To him, Chu Li was the biggest hindrance. The flying blade could block the lunar chakram, but Chu Li's cultivation level was the lowest. Of course, he had to get rid of him first. Chu Li helplessly swung his fist to meet the attack. Bang! He was sent flying again, and spat out another mouthful of blood in midair before he crashed through the window. Just as he was about to turn around and escape, Monk Zhishan appeared in front of him in a flash and swung his palm down again. Chu Li shot his blade at the center of his palm. Ding! Full Moon, which was chasing after Zhu Wenhan, flew over at high speed, blocking his palm. Chu Li seized the opportunity to escape. Monk Zhishan did not chase after him. Instead, his red robes fluttered as he dashed toward the backyard. He landed in front of Lu Zhen and Li Ruolin, who were in the middle of a conversation. 2 lunar chakras whizzed toward the 2 women at lightning speed. Chu Li almost cursed out loud. He had no choice but to return to Li Ruolin's side. Li Ruolin raised her voice and said, "Why aren't you leaving now? If I leave, all of you will die," Chu Li said snappily. Lu Zhen flipped over and rolled down from the low couch. The crescent moon soundlessly cut the low couch in half. Li Ruolin turned her body sideways to avoid the full moon. Chu Li shot out energy blades from both his hands at the same time. Ding ding! 2 crescent moons rose high into the sky and floated down. Bam! Monk Zhishan took a step forward and hit Lu Zhen with his right palm. Lu Zhen barely managed to block the attack with her right palm. She crashed into the wall beside her and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face quickly turned pale. She had used a secret skill and her vitality was greatly damaged. In addition to her previous injuries, her body was in a weakened state. Monk Zhishan's palm energy kept changing in her body. One wave after another, it caused multiple injuries. She collapsed in an instant and her internal organs were severely damaged. She could no longer move. "Senior Sister Lu," Li Ruolin yelled angrily, "you're so cruel." Monk Zhishan did not say a word. He stepped in front of Chu Li and pressed his right palm down. Chu Li scoffed. "You just have to deal with women. I've done a great deed by helping people to free themselves from this whirling world," Monk Zhishan said calmly. The 2 palms collided again. Chu Li activated the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture and turned rejection into acceptance. His body turned into a channel that completely accepted Monk Zhishan's palm energy without any obstruction. His inner energy leaked out from his feet and shattered the bluestone floor into pieces. Monk Zhishan frowned. He felt that something was wrong. Chu Li was in a desperate situation. He felt more sensitive than ever. His mind worked faster and his understanding of the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture improved by leaps and bounds. In just a short while, he had a deep understanding of the path of transformation and understood the wonders of the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture. His body was like a wheel, unhindered and unobstructed. "Almsgiver Zhao is indeed a genius," Monk Zhishan said. "All the more reason why I can't let you live." Chu Li scoffed. "That might not be the case." A silver chakram emerged from Monk Zhishan's left sleeve. A ball of white light gathered on the silver chakram and shot at Chu Li's chest. Bang! Chu Li spat out blood in the air, as if he had been hit by a galloping horse. This white light was very strange. It was pure and solidified. Chu Li's body was able to withstand it without any inner energy being transformed. He was severely injured. If it was not for his strong body, he would have lost his ability to fight. "What's this?" Chu Li hit the wall and asked with difficulty. "A solar chakram." Monk Zhishan shook his head. It's specially used to restrain the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture. Chu Li scoffed. The Reincarnation Temple is indeed cruel. The disciples of the Reincarnation Temple not only possessed the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture, but they also had weapons that could restrain it. They had unique thoughts and great wisdom. Instead of letting others study martial arts that can restrain us, why not do it ourselves? Monk Zhishan said. The Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture revolves endlessly, and yin and yang are born together. You should understand this. Then why do you have to kill women? Chu Li scoffed. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glanced at Li Rulin. Li Rulin was supporting Lu Zhen and feeding her a spirit pill. Lu Zhen was on the verge of death. 9 out of 10 of Lu Zhen's lives had been taken by Zhishan's attack. It was extremely dangerous. Lu Zhen would really die if Zhishan attacked her again. Monk Zhishan looked at Lu Zhen and shook his head. Why waste the spirit pill? You'll all die today. Chu Li asked, Monk Zhishan, why do you have to kill women? Are you still a monk after committing such heinous crimes? Namo Amitabha. Monk Zhishan pressed his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. He sighed. Who else will go to hell if I don't? I can help them free themselves by cultivating the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture. The secular world is full of suffering. Why don't they go to the Western Paradise? With my protection, they'll definitely reach the Western Paradise. There's no need to worry. Chu Li sneered. What if they can't do it? Wouldn't they be guilty of countless crimes? Namo Amitabha. Monk Zhishan shook his head. Almsgiver Zhao, you don't have to say any more. My heart won't waver. Almsgiver Zhao won't be able to escape today. Chu Li asked, do you really think that I won't be able to escape? Monk Zhishan shook his head. I won't let Almsgiver Zhao escape. A ray of white light shot toward Lu Zhen from his left sleeve. Li Rulin quickly turned around and stood in front of Lu Zhen. She punched out with her petite fist. Bang! Li Rulin was sent flying and crashed into the wall. Coincidentally, she landed on the spot where Lu Zhen had left her earlier. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her face turned pale. Monk Zhishan raised his solar chakram again, and a ray of white light shot toward Li Rulin. Chapter 37-31. P.S. Update complete. His face darkened as he struggled to land on the ground. He took out a jade porcelain bottle and poured all the energy pills into his mouth. Then, he shot his blade energy at Monk Zhishan. Monk Zhishan used the solar chakram to block his heart, throat, and other parts of his body. Ding 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 ding. The clear chimes were heard and it calmed one's mind and removed all worldly thoughts. Chu Li's blade energy swept across the area while Monk Zhishan remained still. He held a solar chakram in each of his hands and blocked the blade energy. They were only 5 steps away from each other. Chu Li was in despair. He wondered if he should restore his cultivation level and turn into Chu Li to deal with Monk Zhishan. At that moment, Emo Qianjun arrived and threw a divine light fist at Monk Zhishan. Monk Zhishan dodged it. He was focused on Chu Li's flying blade and could not afford to be distracted. He could only dodge the punch. Chu Li called out, Altar Leader Emo, lend me a hand. Emo Qianjun asked, What should I do? Lend me your inner energy, Chu Li said as he swung his blade. Emo Qianjun glided toward him and carefully guarded against Monk Zhishan. Monk Zhishan was focused on the flying blade and did not care about him. Pass your inner energy to me. Chu Li descended from the wall and turned his back to Emo Qianjun. He was not guarded at all, as if they were not enemies. Emo Qianjun pressed his palms on Chu Li's back without hesitation. Suddenly, an enormous force gushed out from Chu Li's back and devoured most of his inner energy. He was shocked. Chu Li became spirited and sneered. Monk Zhishan, I'd like to see how many blades you can block. Monk Zhishan said, I'd like to see how many blades Almsgiver Zhao can release. Alright. Chu Li said as his blade energy condensed and sped up. Monk Zhishan was so focused that he ignored Li Ruolin and helped Lu Zhen up. The two women consumed spirit pills and sat on the bed to meditate. They knew that they could not help and could only wait and see. Mo Qianjun felt his inner energy quickly disappearing from Chu Li's body. Chu Li's body was like a bottomless pit. His inner energy could not be replenished, and he could not hold on for long. He gritted his teeth and forcefully pulled his right hand out. It was extremely strenuous. It was as if there was an endless force on Chu Li's back that prevented his hand from leaving. Mo Qianjun took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom and popped the stopper with his thumb. He poured the spirit pills inside the bottle into his mouth in one go to replenish the inner force he had consumed. Without the help of the spirit pills, he would not be able to hold on for long. Monk Zhishan slowly retreated. The power of Chu Li's blade energy was getting stronger and stronger, and his speed was getting faster as well. It was faster than Monk Zhishan could react to it. Moreover, the power contained in the blade was too great, so he could not get too close to it. Junior sisterly, give me another bottle of foundation pill, Mo Qianjun shouted. Li Ruolin took out a bottle of energy cultivation pills from her inner pocket and walked towards Chu Li with a faint fragrance. She poured a handful into her palm and stuffed it into Chu Li's mouth. Monk Zhishan suddenly levitated and dodged the flying blade. Then, a ray of white light shot out from the solar chakram and landed on Chu Li. Bam! Chu Li did not dodge the attack. Instead, a cold glint flashed in his hand and a flying blade shot into Monk Zhishan's chest. Monk Zhishan lowered his head and looked curiously at the flying blade that had sunk deep into Chu Li's chest. It was small and exquisite like a work of art. Monk Zhishan could not help but hold it in his hand to admire it. Pfft! Chu Li was hit by the white light. He spat out a mouthful of blood and took a step back. Mo Qianjuan's body trembled as he felt a turbulent force pouring into his palms. It was so condensed that it was almost tangible and felt like a blade that was about to cut him into pieces. The force from the solar chakram was as solid as a rock. Chu Li forcefully converted a portion of it and transferred it to Mo Qianjun. When Mo Qianjun saw Chu Li spitting out blood, he did not suspect that Chu Li was up to no good. When he saw the blade in Zhishan's chest, he could not help but feel refreshed. This was the first time Monk Zhishan had been seriously injured. Previously, Lu Zhen had risked her injury to stab him with her sword. However, she had failed to pierce through his chest. There was a strange force in his body that diverted the force. Lu Zhen's sword was supposed to be in the bag, but it had deviated at the crucial moment. Lu Zhen had only managed to pierce through his skin, but Lu Zhen had lost an arm. It was hateful just thinking about it. Mo Qianjun felt a strong suction force coming again and devoured all the inner energy in his body. Pfft! Chu Li spat out a mouthful of blood. Along with the blood came a flying blade at an incredible speed. TSS! Monk Zhishan was about to block his chest with his solar chakram when the flying blade arrived. Namo Amitba! Monk Zhishan chanted and took a step forward. Then, he took another step forward and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Pfft! Chu Li spat out another mouthful of blood. Pfft! Mo Qianjun spat out another mouthful of blood as his face quickly turned pale. Mo Qianjun suddenly attacked when Monk Zhishan left. He wanted to break Chu Li's heart meridian. However, his inner energy was almost gone. Chu Li immediately converted a strand of his inner energy into his own energy and turned it to attack Mo Qianjuan's heart meridian. Mo Qianjuan's body was empty and defenseless. His heart meridian was instantly in intense pain and his vision turned black. He secretly gritted his teeth. Junior brother Zhao! Li Ruolin hurried over to support him. Chu Li let out a long sigh of relief and sat on the ground weakly. He turned his head and glared at Mo Qianjun. Altar leader Mo, you're good. Mo Qianjun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head. Same to you. Both of them had secretly attacked each other, but unfortunately, both of them were injured in the end. It's all thanks to Senior Brother Mo, Li Ruolan said. If it wasn't for Senior Brother Mo, we would have all died in Zhishan's hands. Chu Li scoffed. That's right. While the two were talking, Bai Feng and the others appeared. Lu Zhenxiu's face was as pale as a sheet. Her breathing quickened as she glared at them. Altar Leader Mo panted. Junior Sister Lu, you can't blame everyone. The more people there are, the more troublesome it will be for Monk Zhishan. It's good that everyone didn't attack. Yes, everyone quickly said. Zhu Wenhan glared at Chu Li. Chu Li glanced at him. I didn't kill Jing Guanyin. Although you didn't kill him, you didn't save him either, Zhu Wenhan said coldly. Chu Li asked, should I have saved him? Elder Zhu, don't be unreasonable, Bai Feng said. Young Master Zhao could only save one person at that time. Isn't it obvious whether he would save me or Jing Guanyin? You're so narrow-minded, Zhu Wenhan said coldly. You're far worse than Altar Leader Mo. Chu Li smirked. I'm not as selfless as Altar Leader Mo. Everyone's lives were saved by Altar Leader Mo. Without Altar Leader Mo's help, we would have all died in the hands of Monk Zhishan. You're flattering me. Mo Qianjun waved his hand and smiled. I'm just helping. You're the one who deserves the credit, Zhao Dai. We've lived our lives in vain. In the end, we still have to rely on you. Enough! Bai Feng scoffed. Now think about it. How are we going to deal with Monk Zhishan the next time he comes? With Zhao Dai, we're confident that we can retreat safely. Mo Qianjun laughed. If he dares to come, he'll have to suffer the light blade. Li Ruolan quickly said, Senior Brother Mo, Zhao Dai has to go back. He can't stay here forever. She felt that it was inappropriate for Mo Qianjun to make Zhao Dai stay. Altar Leader Mo's intention was not as simple as it seemed. He did not just want to deal with Monk Zhishan. He probably had other motives. No matter how selfless a person was, he would still avenge his niece. Once Zhao Dai leaves, we'll really have to leave this place. Mo Qianjun sighed. We can't leave. Zhu Wenhan scoffed. Chapter 37-32. Chu Li coughed. Actually, Monk Zhishan isn't that scary. His cultivation level is only slightly higher than Altar Leader Mo's. Mo Qianjun replied. He's indeed one level higher than me. Bai Feng frowned and sighed. But his heart technique is terrifying. The Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture can fight 10 people at once. She knew how terrifying the lunar chakram was. Her junior sister had died to it back then. Without Zhao Dai's help, she might not have survived either. Monk Zhishan seemed to be targeting women. The Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture could restrain her martial art. Her weapons could not even withstand a single blow from the lunar chakram, and her other martial arts could not do anything to him. Although the Tian Luo sect had been declining for the past few years, she had always been strong because her cultivation level was high enough. However, she was as weak as a child in front of Monk Zhishan. Chu Li said, the key is to find a way to restrain the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture. There's no such thing as an invincible martial art. The Reincarnation Temple isn't invincible. Young Master Zhao, do you have any ideas? Bai Feng asked. Chu Li shook his head. No. Everyone sighed in disappointment. His earlier performance had won everyone's respect. It was terrifying to have such a powerful force with such a weak cultivation level. If he recovered his martial arts, he might even be able to fight Monk Zhishan. He did not need anything else. The light blade alone was enough to suppress Monk Zhishan, causing him to return empty-handed. What happened? Zhou Jinchun and Gxin stepped into the courtyard and were puzzled when they saw the tragic scene. They could tell that a huge battle had taken place. Junior Sister Lu, Zhou Jinchun quickly called out. Gxin looked at Li Ruolan and quickly went forward. Junior Sister Li, are you okay? Li Ruolin shook her head and smiled. It's just a small injury. Monk Zhishan came just now and everyone fought. Ji Xian asked, did you defeat him? You could say so. Li Ruolin nodded. Ji Xian smiled. That's good. Zhou Jinchun was anxious when he saw Lu Zhen's pale face and weak breathing. He quickly asked, Junior Sister Li, how is Junior Sister Lu? She's already taken the pill. Li Ruolin's expression darkened. Even if Senior Sister Lu could pull through this serious injury, it would take her a long time to recover. Fate was merciless. Senior Sister Lu was like a flower, but she had lost an arm and suffered such a serious injury. Zhou Jinchun gritted his teeth. Monk Zhishan, I swear to kill you. Zhu Wenhan sneered and cast a sidelong glance at him. Zhou Jinchun turned around and glared at him. Zhu Wenhan scoffed, you want to kill bald donkey Zhishan? What a joke. Zhou Jinchun said coldly, who are you? Mo Qianjun said, that's enough. Brother Zhu, don't vent your anger on others. Life and death are decided in the blink of an eye in the martial arts world. If you run into someone like Zhishan, you might lose your life at any moment. The next moment, it might be you. Zhao Dai won't die. Zhu Wenhan sneered. Chu Li frowned as he looked at him. His triangular eyes flashed coldly. Zhu Wenhan felt a chill run down his spine. He snorted and turned his head to avoid eye contact. After witnessing Chu Li's light blade, he knew that he would not be able to dodge even a single blade. If he really offended Chu Li, he would lose his life if Chu Li attacked him secretly. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. All right, everyone, let's disperse and tend to our wounds. Both Zhao Dai and I are quite badly injured. Mo Qianjun gave a fist salute. Monk Zhishan has been stabbed twice. He won't be back for the time being. Everyone can sleep in peace. All right. Everyone gave a fist salute and left the town defense prefecture. Bai Feng gave him a look. Goodbye, young Master Zhao. Yes. Chu Li gave a fist salute. After everyone left, Mo Qianjun said, find a house in the backyard and stay there. Someone will clean it up. He glanced at Chu Li and nodded with a smile before leaving the courtyard. Chu Li looked at him coldly. Zhou Jinchun and Ji Xian shook their heads and sighed. Altar leader Mo was so generous, but junior brother Zhao was so cold. He was too narrow-minded. Chu Li glanced at them and scoffed. You're a smiling tiger. It can't be. Zhou Jinchun said, Altar leader Mo is generous and open-minded. Junior brother Zhao, you might have misunderstood. Chu Li sneered and shook his head. Li Ruolin frowned. Junior brother Zhao, did you guys fight in secret? Forget it. I'll go tend to my wounds. Chu Li waved his hand and strode away. This junior brother Zhao. Ji Xian shook his head and sighed. He needs to change his temper or he'll suffer in the future. He turned around and asked, Junior Sister Li, didn't everyone kill Monk Zhishan? Li Ruolin shook her head and said softly, it's already a miracle that we managed to force him to run away. He's that powerful? Ji Xian was surprised. Li Ruolin lowered her voice and said, Senior brother Ji, you should go back with senior brother Zhou. What about you, Junior Sister Li? Ji Xian asked. Li Ruolin replied, I have to stay behind to take care of Senior Sister Lu. I'll stay too, Ji Xian said. Li Ruolin frowned. Monk Zhishan might come at any time. It's too dangerous. It'll be more dangerous if you stay. Ji Xian shook his head. How can I escape alone? Moreover, one more person means more strength. We won't be a burden, right? Li Ruolin sighed. There's nothing you can do even if you stay. Monk Zhishan's Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture can borrow other people's strength. It won't make a difference if there's 2, 3, or 4 people. Therefore, it's best that you leave first so that you won't suffer too many losses. The White Tiger sect lost another master just now. He's so powerful. Do you want a priest to come? Zhou Jinchun looked away from Lu Zhen and turned around to look at them. Are we just going to let him do whatever he wants? Fortunately, junior brother Zhao is here. He can stop him, Li Rulan said. Junior brother Zhao will stay too? Xian asked. Li Rulan nodded. Altar leader Mo won't let him go. All the more reason for me to stay. Senior brother Zhou, you should leave first. Report to the saint and ask a priest to come and deal with monk Zhishan. Xian said. He could vaguely sense Chu Li's threat and had to be careful. All right. Li Rulan nodded. Logically, such a dangerous situation should have reached the saint's ears, and she would have sent a priest over. However, the saint only sent the three of them over. It was obvious that she did not receive altar leader Mo's request for help. It was impossible for the message to be intercepted halfway. The Holy Church's information was delivered by the Golden Eagle and was out of reach. The only possibility was that altar leader Mo did not ask for help. She guessed that altar leader Mo was greedy and wanted to eliminate monk Zhishan on his own so that he could become a priest as soon as possible. Once he asked for help, all his previous hard work would be erased, and it would not be easy for him to become a priest. Li Rulan understood this, as she would do the same thing most of the time. However, she was displeased that her good friend Lu Zhen's life was involved. If altar leader Mo did not ask for help, she would ask for help herself. She could not let him do whatever he wanted and kill more people. However, altar leader Mo did not ask for help because he was greedy. Lu Zhen was severely injured and crippled, so the other three sects had nothing to say. Therefore, he was using monk Zhishan to weaken the three sects' strength. The three sects seemed to be declining, but they did not give up. They conspired to severely injure the Holy Church of Light so that they would not be able to dominate the Holy Church of Light. The Radiance clan's massacre was jointly carried out by the three sects, and everyone in the Holy Church of Light remembered it. As she thought about this, she sighed. Just go back and report the truth. There's no need to ask for help. It's up to the saint to decide whether to send a priest over. All right. Zhou Jinchun said, I'll bring junior sister Lu away. Senior sister Lu can't leave. Li Rulan sighed. Zhou Jinchun frowned at her. Li Rulan said, First of all, senior sister Lu is severely injured and can't handle this. Secondly, I'm afraid monk Zhishan won't let this go easily. Chapter 37-33. 1 Tingdao. Xian said, How dare you? I've seen the common knotgrass before. It's on a mountain. When Tingdao was dressed in a green robe. He had fair skin and was waving a folding fan in his hand. Where? Zhou Jinchun hurriedly asked. When Tingdao closed his folding fan and pointed at Xian. I'll tell you as long as you injure him. Zhou Jinchun turned to look at Xian. Xian replied, He's Wen Tingdao, a disciple of the Fu dynasty's Sword Moon sect. I never lie. I've seen the common knotgrass before, but as long as I don't hurt him, I won't say another word. Wen Tingdao chuckled. The common knotgrass. There are more than 10 of them in that area. Nobody would have noticed it. If you say it's common knotgrass, then it's common knotgrass. Don't try to fool me. Zhou Jinchun snorted and turned his head away. When Tingdao waved his hand and a broken branch from the flower bed flew into his hand. He used the branch as a brush and drew a few strokes on the ground. The strokes were as clear as if they had been carved by a knife and branded on the ground. Look, is this it? When Tingdao smiled at Chu Li. Young Master Zhao, we meet again. Chu Li scoffed, the one with the surname one, you're asking for trouble again. When Tingdao took a few steps back. Young Master Zhao, please come and take a look. Chu Li took a step forward and approached him. When Tingdao quickly held onto the hilt of his sword as his body tensed up. Chu Li smiled. Look at how scared you are. He turned his back on Wen Tingdao and glanced at the painting on the ground. It's common knotgrass. When Tingdao's fair and handsome face flushed red as he flew into a rage out of humiliation. He had the urge to pull out his sword and stab it into Chu Li's back, right through his heart, and end this ugly man's life. However, his rationality held his hand down and prevented him from being impulsive. Chu Li took a step back into the gazebo. Zhou Jinchun hurriedly said, "How is it, junior brother Zhao? Looks like he really did see it." "Good." Zhou Jinchun's spirit was lifted. "Then let's take him down and force him to hand it over." "Good idea." Chu Li nodded. Gxian said, "Be careful of this fella's sword technique and body technique. They're very difficult to deal with." "The three of you can't take him down?" Zhou Jinchun didn't care and grinned. "It's great that this guy came to us. Junior sister Lu should be so lucky. Take him down." Gxian sighed. Wen Tingdao was cunning and would not do anything that would get him killed. Wen Tingdao suddenly said, "Since you don't want to know where the common knotgrass is, I'll take my leave." "Where are you going?" Zhou Jinchun yelled and struck out with his divine light fist. However, he only hit the shadow as Wen Tingdao had already disappeared. Gxian shook his head and said, "Forget it, brother Zhou. The sword moon sex body technique is strange and unpredictable. We won't be able to catch up to them." "No, we must catch up to him," Zhou Jinchun shouted. He chased after her with large strides. Gxian said helplessly, "Junior brother Zhao, you should recuperate first. I'll go and take a look." Chu Li nodded without hesitation. The two of them were patrols, so they had enough power to protect themselves. There was no need for him to protect them everywhere. In the Holy Church of Light, he only cared about Li Ruolin. Chu Li watched as they disappeared before he continued to cultivate the 36 energy-nurturing forms. The 36 energy-nurturing forms contained very weak blade energy each time. It would take a long time to fill up one's dantian. Moreover, one's dantian needed to be tempered bit by bit to be able to withstand the long-term accumulation of blade energy. 2 hours later, Gxian and Zhou Jinchun appeared shakily. Both of them were covered in blood as if they were wearing bloody clothes. Their clothes were torn by the sword. Bang! The two of them tripped over the steps of the gazebo and fell into it. Chu Li looked at them in shock. Gxian and Zhou Jinchun's faces were pale and their lips were purple. This was a sign of excessive blood loss. They smiled bitterly with their blood-stained faces. Chu Li went forward and helped them to sit on the stone bench. What happened? He could tell that the two of them were still alive. Their lives were not in danger, but their bodies were badly cut and they needed to recuperate. "Damn it, this kid is too cunning. He led us into an ambush," Zhou Jinchun cursed. His entire body was trembling. He was weak from overexerting himself. Gxian sighed. There were 2 Sword Moon Sect masters lying in ambush outside the town. "We used a secret skill to escape." Chu Li frowned. "There were 2 more Sword Moon Sect masters? They're not inferior to Wen Tingdao." Gxian said, "We were lucky to be able to escape." Chu Li said, "This one fella is cunning. He could have killed us with just 3 masters. Why did he have to go through so much trouble?" "That's Wen Tingdao," Gxian said angrily. Zhou Jinchun gritted his teeth. Damn it. Damn it." Chu Li said, "Senior brother Zhou, don't worry. As long as the common knotgrass exists, we'll be able to find it." "I'm afraid it's in the Fu dynasty," Gxian said. "The Fu dynasty isn't a place we can barge into. It's very dangerous. I know that. I'll look for it even if it's in the 100,000 hills." Zhou Jinchun gritted his teeth. "I must help junior sister Lu regrow her arm." Gxian said, "Junior brother Zhao, help us." Chu Li looked troubled. "Monk Zhishan is enough for me. I can't even protect myself." Zhou Jinchun gritted his teeth. "Junior brother Zhao, if you're able to get the common knotgrass, I'll listen to you in the future. I'll do anything you ask of me." "Senior brother Zhou, help him out for the sake of his love for her," Gxian said. Chu Li sighed. "All right, I'll help him if there's a chance." However, I really can't afford to be distracted now. The single slice of the universe that I've been cultivating can only be used for a dozen times. I'll need to cultivate for half a day to make up for it. What if Monk Zhishan comes? Zhou Jinchun quickly said. I'll lure Wen Tingdao here. Chu Li said, that's not a problem. He stood up and walked out. Senior brother Zhou, do you want to die? Ji Xian quickly said, how many moves can you take now? I'm still breathing. It's enough to lure him here. Zhou Jinchun scoffed. Chu Li said, how about this? Let's go outside the town. It'll be easier to lure him here. Alright. Zhou Jinchun quickly nodded. Ji Xian had a bitter look on his face. He really did not want to go crazy with Zhou Jinchun. His body was empty now, and he was only relying on the spirit pills to support him. It would take around a year for him to fully recover. This year was a crucial time for the war between the Qiu dynasty and the Li dynasty. However, he could only watch from the sidelines and do nothing. He could not accumulate any merit. Junior sister Li might be promoted to an altar leader after making enough contributions. Once junior sister Li became an altar leader, he would no longer be qualified to be with her. Zhou Jinchun took a few steps forward and suddenly stopped. He turned around and said to Ji Xian, who was in the gazebo, Junior brother Ji, don't go. Rest well. Forget it. Let's go together. Ji Xian sighed helplessly. Zhou Jinchun nodded and said no more. Ji Xian followed him out weakly. He took out an energy pill and stuffed it into his mouth. He mustered his remaining courage. If they were to fight for their lives this time, he would be willing to risk his life to accompany them. However, after making this decision, he sighed helplessly but also felt slightly excited. It was as if he had become great and thought highly of himself. Chapter 37-34. He slowly channeled the 36 energy-nurturing forms and formed strands of blade energy that slowly flowed into his dantian. The strands of blade energy were as sharp as a knife, as if the small blades in his dantian were gradually condensed into a huge blade. He could clearly feel the pressure on his dantian and the faint pain. The more he cultivated the 36 energy-nurturing forms, the more painful it would be. He estimated that the blade energy could be used up to 5 times. After that, there would be no more blade energy and it would take half a day to cultivate again. Therefore, the pros and cons of the single slice of the universe were obvious. Time continued to pass, but the two were still nowhere to be seen. Chu Li was not bothered. He realized that he had underestimated the patrols. They were still very powerful, especially when it came to escaping. They had hidden trump cards and could always escape during critical moments. His impression of the disciples of the Holy Church of Light was still the Ji dynasty. Back then, the disciples he met in Fairy's capital would easily use the secret technique of great light to destroy themselves and ascend to the paradise of bliss. After entering the Holy Church of Light, he realized that he did not know them all. Most of the disciples were not that extreme. The disciples he met in Fairy's capital were all sacrificial warriors. They were prepared to die when they went to search for the scripture of great light. If they were found, they would be martyred to prevent others from asking for a confession and revealing their intentions, which would ruin the Holy Church's plan that had been going on for hundreds of years. Now, it seemed like their deaths were worth it. The second half of the scripture of great light had finally been found. The secret technique of great light was amazing. Even if they were not prepared to die, it could still unleash a great power that would allow them to escape. After Chu Li had practiced the 36 energy-nurturing forms 3 times, he heard footsteps approaching. Zhou Jinchun and Ji Xian were supporting each other as they staggered into the forest. Then, they sat on the ground and rolled around as they grimaced in pain. Chu Li looked behind them. Where are they? Damn it, that one brat is too cunning. We couldn't lure him here. Zhou Jinchun grimaced and cursed. We lured him halfway, but he suddenly ran back. We finally lured him back, but he ran back again. Xian sighed. He saw through our thoughts and was purposely teasing us. How despicable! Didn't he kill you in one go? Chu Li asked. He doesn't have that ability. Zhou Jinchun scoffed. Xian said. He's also afraid that we'll risk our lives. He won't be afraid if it's just one of us, but he won't dare to act recklessly if there's two of us. He's been trying to exhaust us so that we won't have the strength to perform our secret skills before he kills us. Where is he now? Chu Li asked. Who knows? Zhou Jinchun sighed. This sissy is too hateful. Who's a sissy? An angry snort sounded. Wen Tingdao slowly walked into the forest. Wen Tingdao, who was dressed in a green robe and had a graceful bearing, was waving a folding fan in his hand. He glared at Zhou Jinchun furiously. Zhou, how dare you call me a sissy? You're a sissy, Zhou Jinchun said disdainfully. A man with a fragrance on his body is really interesting. Wen Tingdao gave him a sidelong glance. It's used to repel mosquitoes. How ignorant of you! You want to lure me here so that Zhao Dai can deal with me, right? Just say it directly. Why go through all the trouble? Even I am anxious for you. Xian scoffed. You've got guts. You knew about our ambush, but you still dared to come. Zhao Dai is now a featherless phoenix. Why wouldn't he dare? Wen Tingdao gave Chu Li a sidelong glance. I heard that he fought with Monk Zhishan from the Reincarnation Temple? You must be quite capable to be able to escape from him. You know Monk Zhishan too? Chu Li asked. Is he that famous? He's the second person among the young disciples of the Reincarnation Temple to solve the mystery of the womb. Wen Tingdao scoffed. You're lucky to be able to escape from Zhishan. The mystery of the womb. Chu Li frowned. He solved the mystery of the womb? As a Buddhist disciple, he naturally knew about the mystery of the womb. It was similar to the soup of Meng Pa that people talked about. During reincarnation, everything from the past life would be thrown away, leaving only a little bit of one's nature. This was the Buddha nature. Solving the mystery of the womb was to remember everything from the past life. Chu Li came to a sudden realization. No wonder Monk Zhishan's spiritual energy was so strong. It was because he solved the mystery of the womb. No wonder he felt that Monk Zhishan was strange, and he could not see through him. It was because he solved the mystery of the womb. What's so strange about solving the mystery of the womb? Wen Tingdao shook his head. Looks like you're ignorant. You still don't know how powerful the Reincarnation Temple is, do you? The Holy Church of Light may be powerful, but you're still lacking compared to the Reincarnation Temple. Chu Li shook his head. We're not any weaker than the Reincarnation Temple. The Great Light Scripture has been perfected, and we can compete with any sect in the world. Go on and brag all you want. Wen Tingdao sneered. The monks of the Reincarnation Temple aren't people you can handle. You'll need those old fellas from the Holy Church of Light to come out. Even the Sword Moon sect can't handle the Reincarnation Temple. It's a piece of cake to deal with them. You're bragging, aren't you? Chu Li shook his head. The solar chakram is still manageable. How do you solve the lunar chakram? You want to know? Wen Tingdao suddenly laughed. Kill the two of them, and I'll tell you how to solve the lunar chakram. Zhou Jinchun scoffed. One, hand over the common knotgrass and we'll spare your life. Spare my life? Wen Tingdao suddenly laughed. Ha ha, ha ha. Chu Li suddenly swung both of his hands. TSS, TSS? Two soft whistles were heard coming from the depths of the forest. Wen Tingdao's expression changed, but Chu Li swung his hands again. Wen Tingdao's body swayed and was about to disappear when his blurry figure suddenly became clear again. There was a stab wound on his thigh, revealing his white bone. Chu Li had unknowingly gotten closer to him, and was only 5 steps away. Wen Tingdao's body would not be able to dodge the attack no matter how fast he was. Chu Li took a step forward and swung his sword again. Wen Tingdao let out a groan as another white hole appeared on his other leg. He managed to stand still, but he no longer had the strength to use his light body technique. Xian was overjoyed and was about to draw his sword to kill him. However, Chu Li swung his sword before he could. The sword gleamed and Wen Tingdao's left index and middle fingers fell to the ground with a thud. Chu Li sheathed his sword. Leave the common knotgrass here in 3 days. 10 days later, I'll place a detachment pill here. Take the detachment pill and your fingers will grow back. Wen Tingdao quickly tapped his fingers a few times and applied some medicine on his wound to stop the bleeding. He frowned at Chu Li. He did not expect the situation to turn around so suddenly. Xian and Zhou Jinchun were no different from crippled people and were no longer a threat. His 2 senior brothers had already snuck in and were hiding in the dark, ready to attack at any time. If he and his 2 senior brothers attacked together, it would not be a problem to take down Zhao Dave. If they wanted to ambush him, he would counter-ambush them and see who would come out on top. However, he did not expect this to happen. His 2 senior brothers had been stabbed as well. His hand was crippled and his leg was injured, so he could not escape. Chu Li said, I'm a man of my word. I want the common knotgrass to refine the detachment pill for a senior sister. She lost her arm. Chapter 37-35. Let's go. Chu Li turned to look at Xian and Zhou Jinchun. Can we still walk? Junior brother Zhao, give us a hand, Zhou Jinchun said while gritting his teeth. Chu Li reached out his hands to support the 2 of them. Xian was forcefully supported by Chu Li as he turned to look at Wen Ting indignantly. Chu Li asked, Do you want to kill Wen Tingdao or the common knotgrass? Sigh. Xian shook his head and said, What a pity. It was such a great opportunity. Chu Li said, There will be a chance. Xian quickly suggested, Why don't we set up an ambush here and kill him when he comes to hand over the common knotgrass? Chu Li looked at him strangely. Xian asked, Isn't this a good idea? In any case, he has already brought the common knotgrass. Why should he keep his word with the enemy? Sigh. Chu Li shook his head and remained silent. Zhou Jinchun said snappily, Junior brother Ji, you're also a smart person. How could you have such a stupid idea? How are you stupid? Do you think Wen Tingdao wouldn't be on guard against him? That's true. Xian smiled sheepishly. He had been too eager for quick success and had made a fool of himself in front of the other 2. He quickly said, This fellow is too cunning. If we let him go this time, we won't get another chance. As long as he wants to kill you, senior brother Ji, he'll have the chance, Chu Li said. Xian felt a little strange when he heard this. Zhou Jinchun smiled and said, With the bait, there's no need to worry about the fish not taking the bait. Xian shook his head. When the 3 of them returned to the mayor's mansion, Li Ruolin was already waiting for them in the backyard. When he saw that Xian and Zhou Jinchun had returned in a bloodied state, his expression changed drastically. He quickly went forward and asked, What happened? I went to look for spirit pills for senior sister Lu, Chu Li replied. Xian waved his hand and said, I'm fine, they're all superficial wounds. I'll recover in a few days. Junior apprentice sister Lu has some good news. Junior apprentice brother Zhao can refine a type of spirit pill that can regrow limbs. It's called the connection pill. He's missing a spirit herb. Let's go look for it. There's such a spirit pill? Li Ruolin was surprised. I can refine it, Chu Li replied. As long as I have the common knotgrass. There will be common knotgrass soon. Xian smiled. We've put in a lot of effort this time. We got it from Wen Tingdao of the Sword Moon Sect. Him. Li Ruolin said, Senior brother Ji, why did you provoke him? The Sword Moon Sect isn't a pushover. Chu Li said, Senior sister Li, your injuries haven't healed yet. Why aren't you healing yourself? I'm fine. Li Ruolin shook her head. Ji Xindao said with concern, "Your injuries are more important. Let's go and recuperate. We can't leave even if we want to. We'll need to recuperate for a while," he said with a wry smile. Not being able to fight for a year and a half was not a good feeling. 3 days later, in the morning, Chu Li was leisurely practicing the 36 energy-nurturing forms in the backyard. Li Ruolin rushed to the backyard with a box and entered the gazebo. "I've retrieved the common knotgrass. Do you think it's the one?" Chu Li approached the stone table and used his sword to pry open the box. Inside the box were 10 stalks of bamboo-like grass that were as thick as a thumb. They were the common knotgrass and looked like segments of a finger. It was a very strange sight. "Is this it?" Li Ruolin asked. "This is it." Chu Li nodded in satisfaction. "Have the rest of the spirit herbs been sent here?" "They've been sent from the Great Light Peak." Li Ruolin nodded. "Are you really confident? I don't think anyone from the herbalist hall has cultivated this before." "That's because it's difficult to cultivate," Chu Li said. "They can't, but I can." Li Ruolin said, "If you fail and disappoint Senior Sister Lu, she'll teach you a lesson." Chu Li said, "You didn't tell Senior Sister Lu, did you? Do you think Senior Brother Zhou can bear it?" Li Ruolin scoffed. Chu Li shook his head. Zhou Jinchun definitely did not want to see Lu Zhen depressed, so he could not wait to present his treasure. Li Ruolin said, "If you can really cultivate it, Senior Sister Lu will be very grateful." "It doesn't matter if I'm grateful or not," Chu Li said. "I'm only helping out because Senior Sister Lu is pitiful. Senior Sister Lu has a good impression of you." Li Ruolin pursed her lips and smiled. Chu Li glanced at her. "Is that funny?" "I just find it interesting." Li Ruolin pursed her lips and smiled. She was not wearing a white veil, so the smile on her charming and delicate face made her look exceptionally charming. Chu Li scoffed. "Just because Senior Brother Ji has someone who likes him, why can't someone like me?" "All right, let's not talk about it anymore." Li Ruolin stopped smiling. "When are you going to refine the pill?" "I'll start right away," Chu Li said. "Have you found the alchemy furnace?" "I've found the best alchemy furnace." Li Ruolin nodded. "The mayor's order is quite effective. It's been set up in the courtyard in front. Let's go take a look." Chu Li picked up the box and walked out. Li Ruolin brought him to a small courtyard in front. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a black alchemy furnace that was half the height of a person. It was simple and unadorned like a bronze tripod, and it was obvious that it had experienced a long time. "This was obtained from a Taoist temple," Li Ruolin said. "It's a Taoist temple that has been ruined for a long time, but this alchemy furnace is very sturdy and can still be used." Chu Li patted the black alchemy furnace, and it let out a clear, clang sound. He was satisfied. "Not bad. Bring me the rest of the spirit herbs and a bucket of water. I'll start refining the pill now." "All right." Li Ruolin left the courtyard. Soon, they heard hurried footsteps as Zhou Jinchun and Xian rushed over. After a while, Li Ruolin brought Lu Zhen over. Lu Zhen was dressed in a white robe with her left sleeve fluttering. Her face was still pale, but her delicate face was lovely and pitiful. "Junior Brother Zhao, can you really help me regrow my arm?" "As long as I can refine the detachment pill." "All right." Lu Zhen pursed her lips. "If you can help me regrow my left arm, I'll marry you." Chu Li was stunned. "Junior Sister Lu!" Zhou Jinchun cried out. Lu Zhen ignored him and stared at Chu Li. "I won't break my promise." Li Ruolin tugged at her. "Senior Sister Lu." Xian widened his eyes in disbelief. Although he did not like Junior Sister Lu, many disciples in the Church of Light liked her. There were so many handsome men out there, but she insisted on marrying the ugly Zhao Dave. Junior Sister Lu must be crazy. Chu Li looked at Lu Zhen. Lu Zhen said, "Zhao Dave, do you have the guts to marry me?" Li Ruolin was annoyed. "Senior Sister Lu, think about it. This isn't a child's play. I've thought about it very clearly. Lu Zhen said, Junior brother Zhao is a good man. It's not a bad idea to marry him. Junior brother Zhao, I'm a man. Even I have the guts to marry him. Are you afraid to marry him? You're not suitable, Li Ruolin said. Chu Li remained silent. Li Ruolin glared at him. Don't be crazy like senior sister Lu. Chu Li did not look at her. Instead, he stared at Lu Zhen. Senior sister Lu, we're not suitable. Let's start refining the pill. He opened the box and picked out 4 stalks of common knotgrass before tossing them into the alchemy furnace. Lu Zhen stared at him without blinking her bright eyes. Zhou Jinchun sighed in relief. Chu Li tossed the rest of the spirit herbs into the alchemy furnace. Then, he scooped some water and started a fire. The courtyard was instantly filled with smoke. Everyone held their breath. Chu Li sat on the cattail hassock in front of the alchemy furnace. Everyone, get back to work. It'll take a day and a night to finish refining. Chapter 37-36. Li Ruolin dragged Lu Zhen to her courtyard, entered the house, and pressed her down on the bed. She said angrily, Senior Sister Lu, what's wrong with you? Why did you do this? I'm not crazy. I'm very calm, Lu Zhen said. Calm? Li Ruolin scoffed. Lu Zhen said, don't you think Zhao Dai is majestic? Think about how he shot Monk Zhishan with his blade. He's so heroic. Just thinking about it makes people admire him. He's really a hero. Li Ruolin shook her head. What heroic? He was badly beaten up by Monk Zhishan. He's able to remain calm in a desperate situation and find a chance to turn the tables. Ordinary men don't have such courage. Lu Zhen said, he's a real hero. Li Ruolin sighed and looked at her helplessly. Don't you think he's ugly? Ugly? Lu Zhen frowned. Is appearance really that important? The only attractive thing about a man is that he doesn't have an appearance. Those who rely on their appearance are all pretty boys and useless. Sigh. Li Ruolin shook her head. Looks like you're not crazy. You've really fallen for him. Lu Zhen exclaimed, a hero like him deserves a beauty. Li Ruolin shook her head. He has a bad temper and is arrogant. Senior Sister Lu, you're so strong-willed that you can't stand him. You'll quarrel with him all the time. Forget it. It's fine if he doesn't agree. Lu Zhen nodded. It's not like I can't get married. If he doesn't like me, I won't pester him shamelessly. It's such a pity. Li Ruolin sighed. You've made it so awkward for everyone. What's there to be awkward about? Lu Zhen said, you've all underestimated him just because he's ugly. You're as blind as a bat. We didn't underestimate him. We know he's good, Li Ruolin said. Lu Zhen shook her head and said nothing else. Li Ruolin sighed. Although he's arrogant, he doesn't brag. He should be able to refine the detachment pill. Lu Zhen smiled. I'm so lucky. Li Ruolin nodded. Chu Li sat motionlessly on the cattail hassock, thinking about what had just happened. He had never imagined that Lu Zhen would make such a bold move. She actually said that she wanted to marry him on the spot. Whether it was sincere or not, he was quite shocked. Because of Zhao Dai's appearance, Chu Li was treated with disdain in the Holy Church of Light. Even Li Ruolin, who was closest to him, did not fall for him because of his appearance. She only treated him as a friend. In the entire Holy Church of Light, Lu Zhen was the only one who did not care about his own ugliness. He would be deceiving himself if he said that he was calm and unperturbed. Humans were not plants. Moreover, plants were not emotionless. If he agreed to it, would Lu Zhen really marry him? Thinking of this, he could not help but let his imagination run wild. Then, he remembered his goal. He had come to the Holy Church of Light to infiltrate, to obtain information and to find the Holy Church's weakness. He had come to deal with the Holy Church of Light, so he could not have any emotional ties with the people of the Holy Church of Light. Otherwise, he would be asking for trouble and torturing himself. As if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, all of his thoughts dissipated. He got up and started practicing the 36 energy-nurturing forms. Time passed slowly. With the omniscient mirror, he could clearly see the situation inside the alchemy furnace. "Come in, senior brother Zhou," Chu Li said suddenly as he slowly practiced the 36 energy-nurturing forms. Zhou Jinchun shuffled into the room, feeling awkward all over. Chu Li did not look at him and continued practicing the 36 energy-nurturing forms. "Senior brother Zhou, are you here to question me?" "No." Zhou Jinchun shook his head. Chu Li did not say anything and continued practicing the 36 energy-nurturing forms. "Actually, you shouldn't have rejected junior sister Lu," Zhou Jinchun said. Chu Li did not say anything and continued practicing. Zhou Jinchun seemed to be immersed in his own world inside. "Actually, there are many people like me who like junior sister Lu. Everyone admires her and likes her. However, junior sister Lu is like a proud spirit crane. She never looks down and only stares at the sky. She doesn't see us." Chu Li did not stop practicing. Zhou Jinchun said, "None of us are worthy of her. We hoped that there would be a man who could move her heart and make her fall in love with him. However, we never expected that person to be you, junior brother Zhao." Chu Li continued practicing. "Because I'm ugly?" "Yes." Zhou Jinchun hesitated for a while and slowly nodded. "But junior sister Lu is so noble and refined. She is different from the eyes of the world. She is not blinded by it and can see things that others cannot." Chu Li smiled and stopped what he was doing. Zhou Jinchun said, "Senior sister Lu is such a proud person. Yet you rejected her. That's not right." Chu Li sat on the cattail hassock again and added 2 more black stones under the alchemy furnace. "Senior brother Zhou, I'm not worthy of senior sister Lu. That's why I rejected her." "You really are not worthy of junior sister Lu," Zhou Jinchun said. Chu Li stared at him and said, "You've already said the opposite." Zhou Jinchun laughed. "Junior sister Lu likes you. You should feel lucky. How dare you reject her? That's not right. Senior sister Lu is just being impulsive out of gratitude." Chu Li said, "If you're done talking, leave. Don't disturb me when I'm refining pills. Otherwise, don't blame me if I fail." "All right, I won't disturb you." Zhou Jinchun quickly nodded and left. Chu Li let out a long sigh and shook his head helplessly. Lu Zhen was really charming. Zhou Jinchun was so infatuated with her, and Zhou Jinchun was not the only one. He began to cultivate the 36 energy-nurturing forms again. Before he knew it, it was nighttime. The small courtyard was brightly lit. The bright light could not hide the bright red flame under the alchemy furnace. The high temperature made the small courtyard much hotter than outside. Chu Li sat near the furnace without breaking a sweat. His expression was solemn. After a day, it was a crucial moment. The reason why no one refined the detachment pill was not because of a lack of materials. The common knotgrass was not extinct. It was because the pill was too difficult to refine. It needed to go through several temperature changes. First, it had to be cold, then hot, then cold again. One change was difficult enough. Pill refining masters were few and far between now because they were not talented enough. Almost no one could control the temperature after several changes. Normal refinement was bound to fail. Even blind guesses would not succeed. He suddenly raised his hand into the air. All the black stones under the alchemy furnace flew out. They were all bright red and looked like they were about to melt. The temperature of the alchemy furnace dropped. He took out a ladle of water and poured it on the alchemy furnace. Sizzle! White steam rose and the alchemy furnace quickly cooled down. The medicine in the alchemy furnace was undergoing a strange change. Then, he pushed his palms forward and all the red-black stones flew back under the alchemy furnace to continue heating it. After a while, Chu Li sighed in relief. He had survived this change. There were still 2 more changes. As long as he could survive them, he would be able to refine the pill. Namo Amitba. A Buddhist chant echoed in the night sky. Monk Zhishan appeared on top of the wall of the small courtyard. His loose red monk robe fluttered in the night wind. Chu Li frowned. This was the crucial moment of refining the pill. He had come at the right time. Monk Zhishan looked at the alchemy furnace. Almsgiver Zhao, are you refining the pill? Chapter 37:37. P.S. The village's internet line is down. I've been trying to fix it, but it hasn't been fixed yet. Finally, I can't take it anymore and found a place to post it. Monk Zhishan pressed his palms together and bowed. Thanks to Almsgiver Zhao, I've just recovered from my injuries. How are your injuries? I'm all right. Chu Li sat quietly on the cattail hassock. Monk Zhishan shook his head. I think Almsgiver Zhao's cultivation level has weakened again. What a pity! Zhao Dai's cultivation base was far from what it had been the last time. It was obvious that Zhao Dai's cultivation base had been greatly damaged after he was injured by Zhao Dai. Zhao Dai was overjoyed to see this. Chu Li said, Monk Zhishan, I heard that you've solved the riddle of the womb. So, you should know who you were in your past life. Were you a man or a woman in your past life? Humph. Monk Zhishan's face darkened instantly. Chu Li chuckled. So you were a woman in your past life, no wonder. Monk Zhishan said coldly, Almsgiver Zhao, don't you think you're talking too much? Chu Li said, I'm very curious about the mystery of being in the womb. If I was a woman in my past life, wouldn't it be a wonderful feeling? Don't you have a sense of confusion and can't tell whether it's male or female? Are you distressed? Monk Zhishan said coldly, Almsgiver Zhao, are you waiting for reinforcements? Of course, I don't need any help. Chu Li shook his head. Help is useless against you, Monk Zhishan. Besides, I can handle it myself. Looks like Almsgiver Zhao is going to use his trump card. Monk Zhishan scoffed. Chu Li raised his hand in the air, and half of the bright red-black stone flew to the bottom of the furnace. He said, I do have a trump card. This time, you won't be able to escape death. However, I'm still very curious about the mystery of being in the womb. What does it feel like? If I was a man in my previous life, it would be fine. I would only feel that the world has changed. However, I'm a woman in my previous life. I really can't imagine what it feels like. Monk Zhishan, can you tell me about it? A cold glint flashed across Monk Zhishan's eyes, but he quickly concealed it and said calmly, Almsgiver Zhao, since you've provoked me so much, it seems like you really have a trump card. In that case, I'd like to experience it for myself. Chu Li sized him up. Does Monk Zhishan think it's better to be a woman or a man? Monk Zhishan looked at the alchemy furnace. Almsgiver Zhao, what kind of pill are you refining? Chu Li chuckled. They're meant for women. Could it be that Monk Zhishan likes them too? Was he influenced by his past life? Namo Amitba. Monk Zhishan took a deep breath and suppressed his raging anger and murderous intent. He chanted the name of Buddha and his voice echoed through the night sky. Everyone in the town defense prefecture heard him. How about I lend Almsgiver Zhao a hand? A dark and glossy crescent chakram flew out from his wide sleeve, whistling as it spun towards Chu Li. Chu Li lowered his head. Dang, 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 dang. The full moon struck the pill furnace. The more the pill furnace tried to stop it, the faster it spun, as if it wanted to cut the pill furnace apart. Sparks flew everywhere, and the sound was ear-piercing. It seemed to be competing with the pill furnace. It sped up with all its might, leaving behind marks on the pill furnace. Unfortunately, the pill furnace was very thick. It could only cut as deep as a fingernail before it was powerless to continue. Chu Li extended his hand and caught it. Monk Zhishan also waved his hand. The crescent chakram was about to fly back into Monk Zhishan's wide sleeve when Chu Li's hand caught it. He caught the crescent chakram. It felt cold to the touch, and a strange chill instantly entered his body, almost freezing him. The single slice of the universe's blade energy was originally hidden in his dantian, but it was awakened by this chill. Immediately, a blade energy shot out and dissolved the chill. The small crescent chakram was extremely heavy. It was as heavy as 2 buckets of water. If it was not for his divine power, he would have been caught off guard. Apart from the chill, the crescent chakram also contained a strange aura. It was a subtle spiritual energy. Chu Li looked at the crescent chakram. The patterns carved on the crescent chakram seemed to have come to life as it trembled gently, trying to escape from his palm. Monk Zhishan was not anxious when he realized that he could not summon the crescent chakram back. Another crescent chakram whizzed out of his wide sleeve and shot towards Chu Li. Chu Li kept his head lowered. The crescent chakram suddenly spun, brushing past the pill furnace as it flew towards him. Ding! Chu Li hit the other crescent chakram in his hand away. The second crescent chakram spun in the air, but it did not cause any damage. Monk Zhishan waved his hand and the crescent chakram in his sleeve shot out a white light. Chu Li's body floated and he moved away. Bang! The pill furnace shook. As the crescent chakram fell, Chu Li used the crescent chakram in his hand to attack it. The other crescent chakram instantly collided with the pill furnace. Clang, 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 clang. The crescent chakram collided with the pill furnace again. Monk Zhishan shook his head. Almsgiver Zhao, it's useless even if you have the crescent chakram. It's mine after all. You can't use it. Chu Li replied, I'd rather throw them into the bottom of the lake. It's useless. Monk Zhishan shook his head firmly. Chu Li reached out to retrieve the crescent chakram. It was extremely heavy to hold one crescent chakram in each hand. Monk Zhishan scoffed and a crescent chakram shot out in a white light. Chu Li lowered his head and dodged it. TSS. The crescent chakram silently penetrated the pill furnace like a knife cutting through tofu and embedded itself into the courtyard wall. Instantly, a rich medicinal fragrance gushed out and filled the courtyard. Ah! Zhou Jinchun shrieked as he lay on the roof. This furnace of detachment pills was where junior sister Lu's hope lay. How could it be destroyed by Monk Zhishan, who deserved to be killed 100 times? Now that the pill furnace was damaged, the detachment pills could not be refined. It was completely over. He had to kill Monk Zhishan even if it meant risking his life. As soon as he moved, he stopped moving. His body felt empty. He had used up all of his inner energy when he used his light body technique to climb up to the roof. He had the heart to kill Monk Zhishan, but he did not have the strength to do so. Chu Li did not look at the pill furnace. Instead, he stared coldly at Monk Zhishan. Namo Amitabha. Monk Zhishan pressed his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. With a compassionate look on his face, he said, Living beings have suffered so much. It's better for you to return to the pure land of ultimate bliss. Chu Li said, Monk Zhishan, you deserve to die. If I don't go to hell, who will? Monk Zhishan pressed his palms together. Almsgiver Zhao, I'll take my leave now. I'll go and help the 2 female almsgivers. TSS. TSS. 2 soft whistles were heard at the same time. Chu Li's blade energy finally shot out. Ding. Monk Zhishan raised 2 solar chakras and placed them on his chest and throat. He smiled. Almsgiver Zhao, don't tell me you think that I only have 2 solar chakras? He knew that Chu Li wanted to destroy his solar chakras, so he played along with him. When he saw Chu Li's gloomy expression, he felt a great sense of satisfaction. Chu Li took a deep breath and nodded. Good job. Farewell. Monk Zhishan kept the 2 solar chakras and levitated to the wall. TSS, 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 TSS. Chu Li leaped to the bottom of the wall and waved his hands. More than 10 blade energies shot out at the same time. His meridians felt as if they were being cut by knives. Moo. Monk Zhishan made a mudra and let out a roar. His voice was like a lion's roar that resounded through the night sky. His loose red robe swelled up like a rubber ball. A strange aura circulated around his body. It was the aura of the Earth Matrix and reincarnation scripture. His body instantly turned into a wheel. It was unhindered, untouched, and all the force was deflected. A huge Buddha statue that had been hidden behind his back suddenly materialized. It revealed its true appearance and pounced into Monk Zhishan's body. In an instant, Monk Zhishan was as imposing as a mountain, looking down on all living beings. Chapter 37-38. Tisk, tsk, tsk, tisk. The single slice of the universe pierced through the red robe and into his body. Pft! Monk Zhishan spat out a mouthful of blood and turned to look at Chuli. His eyes were cold and devoid of human emotions. Then, the red robe stuck to his body like a deflated balloon and fluttered, lifting him into the air like a golden eagle flying into the distance. He was as fast as a ghost, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. Pft! Chuli spat out a mouthful of blood and spat out all the injuries he had sustained. He only had a few blade energies left in his body, so he could not give chase. Bam! Zhou Jinchun rolled down from the roof and the ground shook. Ignoring the pain, he quickly got up and staggered forward. Junior brother Zhao, what about the detachment pills? Chuli shook his head and went to the wall. He pulled out the sun chakram and put it into his sleeve before sitting on the cattail hassock again. I need to get a new alchemy furnace. Why didn't they come to help? Zhou Jinchun was displeased. Chuli replied, they're all injured and can't fight back. They'll only die if they come. They're also a burden. Senior brother Zhou, you go. I need to heal myself and continue refining pills. Don't worry, I'll make the detachment pills. All right. Zhou Jinchun sighed in relief. He was thankful as long as the detachment pills were fine. Li Ruolin, Ji Xian, and Lu Zhen appeared in the courtyard. They looked at the bloodstains on the ground and the condition of the alchemy furnace with burning eyes. Lu Zhen was not embarrassed to see Chuli again. Instead, she stared at the alchemy furnace with her beautiful face tensed up like a block of ice. Her body emitted a cold aura that deterred others from approaching her. Li Ruolin quickly asked, Junior brother, has Monk Zhishan left? Chuli nodded. His face was pale as he sat on the cattail hassock without moving. He said calmly, he's injured so he won't come back for now. You can refine pills in peace. Senior sister Li, get another alchemy furnace. Hurry up. Okay. Li Ruolin quickly answered. There are 2 more alchemy furnaces in the residence. She glided away. Soon, 4 strong young men carried the alchemy furnace into the courtyard. The alchemy furnace had already been cleaned, so Chuli heated it up. When it reached a certain temperature, he lifted his hand and opened the lid of the alchemy furnace. The fragrance of medicine filled the air again. He lifted the cauldron with one hand, turned it upside down, and patted it hard. Drop Bejois? Tomb of Indica? What is it called? Ji Xian stepped forward to help Chuli. He channeled his energy through his hand to block the scorching heat, but he soon realized that the alchemy furnace was much heavier than what Chuli had portrayed it to be. Chuli threw the old alchemy furnace aside and continued to add fire to the new alchemy furnace. He covered the furnace lid to hide the medicinal fragrance. All right, you guys can go back to your own business, Chuli said. We'll be able to see the detachment pill tomorrow. Can you really refine it? Lu Zhen's voice was hoarse. Chuli smiled. Don't worry, senior sister Lu, it'll be fine. All right. Lu Zhen nodded lightly and turned to leave. After the crowd dispersed, Chuli sat alone on the cattail hassock in the courtyard and continued to refine pills. When the fire had stabilized, he got up and started practicing the 36 energy-nurturing forms again. The original blade energy had completely dissipated. Now, it seemed that if it was not for the single slice of the universe, Monk Zhishan would not have been hurt by the blade energy. He had been using the sun and moon chakras to block the blade energy because he was showing weakness. Even if he did not use the sun and moon chakras, his protective divine power would have been able to deflect the blade energy. However, man proposes, God disposes. This time, he was faced with the indestructible single slice of the universe, which was tough enough for the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation scripture to deflect. He withdrew his hand into his sleeve and touched the sun and moon chakras. The moon chakra was bone-chilling, while the sun chakra was scorching hot. The two chakras were so powerful that he envied them. If he could turn them into his own, the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture's power could be fully unleashed. Unfortunately, he did not know how to activate it. The spiritual energy attached to it was the foundation. The source of this spiritual energy was Monk Zhishan, which meant that it was a secret technique of the Reincarnation Temple. It was impossible for them to pass it on to him. He could only try to obtain it in the future. Otherwise, the sun and moon chakras would just be a decoration. He tried to channel the energy of the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture into the sun chakra. Instantly, his inner energy condensed and compressed in the sun chakra, turning into an extremely solid force. With a whoosh, it shot out and hit a flower bed not far away. The petals flew everywhere and fell to the ground. It was a powerful force. Chuli activated the moon chakra again, and a whistling sound was heard. He tossed it out and it spun in the air before it finally flew back to his hand. However, he did not dare to take it head-on. The moon did not recognize him and was still spinning at a high speed. He finally understood the function of the spiritual energy. Without it, the moon would treat him as an enemy. It would hurt both him and the enemy. However, it was powerful enough to be tossed out at a critical moment. As for the sun chakra, he could use it now. He was satisfied with these two chakras as he had gained a lot. The next day, the courtyard was still brightly lit before dawn. Lu Zhen, Li Rulan, Zhou Jinchun, and Ji Xian had already arrived at the courtyard and were waiting. Chuli would remove the red-black stones and add them in. He would also pour water on the alchemy furnace and control the temperature. It's so complicated. Zhou Jinchun shook his head. Ji Xian sighed. Everyone had their own specialties. If he were in Chu Li's shoes, he would not know what was going on inside the alchemy furnace. Bang! Chu Li suddenly pushed his palm forward, and all the black stones flew up and fell to the corner of the wall. He poured a bucket of water on the alchemy furnace and white steam rose. Chu Li stood in the white steam like an immortal. Everyone was amazed and could not help but ignore his ugly face. Bang! Chu Li hit the alchemy furnace with his palm and let out a muffled sound. Bang 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 bang. Chu Li hit the alchemy furnace with his palm energy one after another. He walked around the alchemy furnace with an inexplicable rhythm. Finally, he circled the alchemy furnace 6 times and slowly put his palm in front of his chest. Is it done? Zhou Jinchun asked impatiently. Chu Li said, You can open the furnace now. Let me do it. Zhou Jinchun picked up the lid of the alchemy furnace and put it aside gently. Then, he poked his head into the furnace and retracted his head. There's no smell of medicine. He thought that it must be the smell of medicine, but he did not smell anything. It was clean and refreshing. There was only a pile of soybean-sized pills inside. Chu Li slammed his palm on the alchemy furnace again, and a string of pills flew out. He caught it with a box. The box was covered with a plain white silk, and the round, flawless pills, which were the size of soybeans, were warm and translucent. They were black and pure. Chu Li looked at these pills and smiled. They are indeed detachment pills. He took one out and popped it into his mouth. He chewed it slowly and tasted the medicine. After a while, it turned into saliva and flowed into his stomach. It turned into a pure energy that flowed through his body. He was instantly energized, his blood flow seemed to speed up, and his body heated up. He divided the pills into 3 portions, 4 pills in one portion, 20 pills in another, and 10 pills in the remaining portion. Li Ruolin passed the jade bottles to Chu Li and he put them into the bottles. He then passed the jade bottle with 20 pills to Lu Jun. Senior Sister Lu, take 1 each morning and night. Make sure to eat more birds. I think you'll recover in about 10 days. Lu Jun hesitated for a while before she took the bottle. At this time, she suddenly became worried about personal gains and losses. There were only 20 pills, and she would be able to grow an arm in 10 days. It sounded unimaginable, and she couldn't and didn't dare to believe it. Chu Li smiled. It's only 10 days. You'll know once you try. Chapter 37-39. Chu Li passed the jade bottle with 4 pills to Li Ruolin. Senior Sister, please send this bottle to the forest where Wen Tingdao and I agreed to meet. Ji Xian quickly said, Wait. He looked at Chu Li. Junior brother Zhao, are you really going to give it to Wen Tingdao? Chu Li was confused. Why not? He's not a friend, he's an opponent. Why should I keep my promise? Ji Xian said, Moreover, if we give it to him, it'll only strengthen his abilities. It won't benefit us at all. Chu Li said with a straight face, I've always kept my promises to my friends and enemies. Junior brother Zhao, keeping your promises to your enemies means making things difficult for yourself. Ji Xian quickly said. He disagreed. Wen Tingdao had no need to keep his promises. Moreover, even if he kept his promises, he would not. With how cunning he would definitely use this to his advantage. Hence, he was asking for trouble. Listen to me this time, Chu Li said. Moreover, his left hand is injured. It has nothing to do with his abilities. Ji Xian looked at him disapprovingly. Zhou Jinchun said, I have the same thought as junior brother Ji. There's no need to keep your promises to a cunning opponent. I won't burn bridges after crossing the river. Chu Li said, without his common knotgrass, there would be no detachment pills. He didn't give it to us willingly. Zhou Jinchun said, we defeated him and forced him to give it to us. Just ignore him. Chu Li shook his head. Senior Sister Li. Li Ruolin said, all right, I'll send someone to deliver it. She glared at Ji Xian and Zhou Jinchun and said, the detachment pills are refined by junior brother Zhao. He can give them to whoever he wants. You're being too nosy and worrying too much. If you have the time, go cultivate instead of slacking off. Sigh. Ji Xian and Zhou Jinchun looked at Chu Li and shook their heads helplessly. Chu Li remained calm. Lu Jun took the jade bottle and left with Li Ruolin. Before she walked out of the courtyard, she looked at him with her bright eyes. Chu Li smiled at her. Lu Jun scoffed. You're so inflexible. Chu Li's smile froze. Lu Jun chuckled and left. Chu Li returned to his courtyard and laid on his bed to rest. He did not want to cultivate any more. Where would he get the common knotgrass after killing Wen Tingdao? Moreover, one had to cast a long line in order to catch a big fish. How would Wen Tingdao react after obtaining the detachment pill? 50 kilometers away from Falling Autumn City, there was a Taoist temple on Heavenly Eagle Mountain. It was hidden by the forest, and it looked ancient and unadorned. Wen Tingdao and 2 middle-aged men were sitting at a stone table in the backyard of the Taoist temple. A jade bottle was placed on the stone table. It shone with a warm luster under the midday sun. All of them wore blue robes that were neatly arranged and spotless. They had an otherworldly aura that matched the aura of the Taoist temple. Junior brother one, is Zhao De really that kind to give us the detachment pill? The round-faced middle-aged man, Zhou Haoran, shook his head and said, I'm just afraid that he's up to no good. Could it be poison? There's even poison hidden in the pill? There were many pimples on his round face, which were the marks of his youth. He was not tall, but his eyes were so sharp that no one dared to look him in the eye. Wen Tingdao wore a white glove on his left hand. His handsome face was expressionless as he stared at the jade bottle. The square-faced middle-aged man, Zheng Xiaobua, said, logically, he wouldn't use such a despicable method. After all, the Holy Church of Light is one of the top sections. He was not tall, but he had a handsome face and a gentle smile. Just in case, Zhou Haoran said. When Ting Dao suddenly picked up the jade bottle, took out a pill, and popped it into his mouth. Junior brother one. The two of them were shocked. When Ting Dao swallowed the pill and said fiercely, so be it. I'd like to see what tricks he has up his sleeves. Alright, I've already eaten it. Let's hope that Zhao Dai keeps his word. Zhou Haoran shook his head and said, however, I don't think it's reliable to keep one's word with one's opponent. When Ting Dao waved his hand in annoyance. Senior brothers, I'd like some peace and quiet. You. The two of them shook their heads. Junior brother one was good at everything. He was a genius in martial arts and was smart enough to fool his opponent. However, he had one fatal weakness. He cared too much about his appearance and could not bear to lose a finger. It was only his left hand. Even if his left hand was affected, his right hand was more than enough to handle the sword. However, he had to take the risk for 2 fingers on his left hand. Who knew what was hidden in the pill? Although they had sharp instincts and could sense if there was any poison in the pill, the 4 pills should not be poisonous. However, there were many pills in the world. Sometimes, poisonous pills were not the only ones that were deadly. Some special pills were even more torturous. After consuming the pill, when Ting Dao sat on the bed and cultivated, he felt the effects of the pill as his blood boiled and flowed faster. The base of his finger was extremely itchy and soon, it hurt even more. The base of his finger was throbbing as if he had a headache. He could not sit still and could not cultivate in peace. He gritted his teeth and pretended that nothing had happened. At night, he consumed another pill. The pain in his finger became even more intense. He could not fall asleep the entire night. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He did not mention a word to his 2 senior brothers. Otherwise, they would nag at his ears again, blaming him for trusting Zhao Dai. The pain was even worse the next day and he looked haggard. They noticed something was wrong with him when he was eating. He looked so haggard that there must be something wrong with the pill, so they forced him to take off his glove. When Ting Dao could not persuade them, so he took off his gloves and revealed his left hand. There were no changes to his fingers and they were still broken. The 2 of them shook their heads and sighed. I was right, Zhao Dai can't be trusted. Junior brother one, don't take that pill anymore. It's very uncomfortable, isn't it? Zheng Xiaobua shook his head. It seems like senior brother Zhou is right, Zhao Dai can't be trusted. When Ting Dao did not say anything and lowered his head to eat. Junior brother one, Zheng Xiaobua said in a deep voice, do you still trust Zhao Dai? There's only one left. When Ting Dao lifted his head and his eyes were bloodshot. I want to eat it. You. Zhou Haoran was furious. You're so stubborn. Can that guy be trusted? You're already in such a state. Won't you be tortured to death if you have another one? That's right. Zheng Xiaobua nodded. I think Zhao Dai is toying with you. Although he didn't poison you, it's disgusting. Zhou Haoran scoffed. Junior brother one, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you're usually a smart person. Why are you so obsessed with believing in an opponent? It's unbelievable. Zheng Xiaobua quickly waved his hand to stop him from saying that. Zhou Haoran scoffed and turned his head away from him. When Ting Dao put on his white gloves and lowered his head to eat without saying a word. If there's really a problem, call us immediately. Zheng Xiaobua patted his shoulder and sighed. The 2 of them left. When Ting Dao slammed his bowl on the ground with a gloomy expression. He took out the jade bottle and placed the last pill on his palm. His expression changed. One moment he was looking forward to it, the next moment he was hesitant. The next moment he was determined and the next moment he was frowning. Chapter 3740. The pain in his fingers intensified. It was a few times more painful than when he had his fingers cut off. It was as if a saw was sawing at his fingers. Waves of pain surged through him. He bit the bedding and suppressed his moans. He tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. He tossed and turned until midnight. The pain had subsided, but the exhaustion that had accumulated over the past 2 days had overwhelmed him. He finally fell asleep. In the early morning of the next day, he woke up slowly. He looked around. The bright sunlight shone through the window. His surroundings were very quiet. Birds were chirping under the eaves. It was another leisurely morning. He got out of bed and opened the window. Fresh air rushed into his face. He felt refreshed and his body was light. Compared to yesterday, it was as if he had ascended to heaven from hell. It was a stark difference. He looked down at his left hand and his eyes widened. 2 fair fingers appeared on his originally severed index and middle fingers. They were different from the rest of his fingers. They were fair and tender like a woman's delicate fingers. He moved his fingers and confirmed that they were indeed his own fingers. Then, he reached out to pick up a strand of hair on the table. He used his thumb, index finger, thumb, and middle finger respectively. They were all nimble and smooth, without any sense of awkwardness or abnormality. His fingers had actually grown. An indescribable excitement and the joy of regaining something he had lost overwhelmed him. He opened the door with a bang and rushed out of the house. He arrived in front of the Taoist temple. Zhou Haoran and Jing Xiaobua were practicing their swordsmanship. Their movements were slow and their swords were like water. They looked at him with concern when they saw him. Zhou Haoran was still mad at him. He scoffed. "You look good." When Tingdao raised his left hand and showed it to them. "Senior brothers, look. Take a good look." The 2 of them looked at his left hand and widened their eyes. "It can't be fake, right?" Zhou Haoran stepped forward and moved the 2 fair fingers. When Tingdao suddenly clamped his fingers together. Zhou Haoran turned his fingers into claws and pecked at his fingers. When Tingdao flicked his fingers. Pow! A powerful force spread. Zhou Haoran retracted his hand and said in disbelief, "It's really your fingers. You haven't lost any strength." Jing Xiaobua said, "They've really grown back?" When Tingdao laughed proudly. "They've really grown back. These are my fingers. Ha!" Originally, he did not think that his fingers were precious. After losing them and regaining them, he was pleasantly surprised and cherished them. 2 days to grow a finger, miraculous! Jing Xiaobua exclaimed. This detachment pill really lives up to its name. The Sword Moon sect had a long heritage that was not inferior to the Holy Church of Light. The sect also had a pill scripture that was similar to the treasured pill scripture. He had heard of the detachment pill before. However, no one in the sect had ever succeeded in refining the detachment pill. Because of this, they knew that no one could successfully refine the detachment pill. Hence, they did not believe that Chu Li had taken out the detachment pill. Congratulations, junior brother one! The 2 cupped their fists and smiled. When Tingdao cupped his fists and laughed out loud. He suddenly stopped and said softly, Senior brother Zhou, senior brother Jing, I thought of Uncle Master Hu. Martial Uncle Hu. The 2 men's expressions changed slightly, and they looked at each other with bright eyes. When Tingdao smiled. What do you think Master Senior Hu's reaction will be if he obtains the detachment pill? We must obtain the detachment pill, the 2 men said in a low voice. Jing Xiaobua said, Master Senior Hu's swordsmanship is superb. He can't use a sword after his thumbs were chopped off. However, he's obsessed with swordsmanship and wants to cultivate the bloody garment divine power. That's why he's imprisoned in the Tide Listening Temple. If Master Senior Hu obtains the detachment pill, I wonder how happy he'll be. Our Sword Moon sect's strength will greatly increase. Don't tell Master Senior Hu yet. Otherwise, he'll definitely escape from Tide Listening Temple and snatch the detachment pill. Zhou Haoran said. It'll only ruin things. Zhao Dai is a genius in alchemy. He's also a trustworthy person. Zheng Xiaobua smiled. If it were me, I might not give junior brother one the detachment pill. It's too precious. He must have more detachment pills with him. Zhou Haoran scoffed. Why don't I snatch some for Master Senior Hu? That's a good idea. Zheng Xiaobua shook his head. However, we can't do that unless it's the last resort. Don't do it in one go. Other than Master Senior Hu, there are a few other Master Senior uncles who had their fingers chopped off. Some of them even broke their arms. If they can recover, we'll be rewarded greatly. We'll also be favored by the Master's senior uncles. With their guidance, our swordsmanship will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. He was in high spirits as he spoke. The other two were the same. The wonders of swordsmanship depended on one's own understanding and guidance from a wise master. Their master was a wise master, but if they could receive guidance from the master's senior uncles, they would be able to benefit immensely. What should we do then? Zhou Haoran asked. When Tingdao thought for a while. Senior brothers, why don't we trade with him? What kind of pills does he need? We can trade them with the detachment pill. What do you think? That's a good idea. Zhou Haoran nodded and smiled. The pills from the Li dynasty are far inferior. We can just take out some, and we'll be able to stun him into trading. Don't forget that he's a pill-refining master. Zheng Xiaobua shook his head. The three of them fell silent. When Tingdao thought for a while. We'll trade the common knotgrass with him. That makes sense, Zheng Xiaobua said. But you have to be careful. The Holy Church of Light might not allow their disciples to trade privately. We're not friends with the Holy Church of Light. All right, I'll look for him in secret. When Tingdao nodded. It was early in the morning. The air was fresh. Chu Li was cultivating the 36 energy-nurturing forms in the backyard. He suddenly stopped. Since you're here, show yourself. When Tingdao was dressed in a blue tunic. He fanned himself and smiled. I'm here to thank you. Thank you, Brother Zhao, for the detachment pill. You're welcome. Chu Li did not stop and continued cultivating the 36 energy-nurturing forms. This is what we agreed on. I, Zhao Dai, always keep my word. Brother Zhao, do you have any more detachment pills? Yes, but I want to give them to the Church of Light. I'll be rewarded greatly. How about you give us 4 more? When Tingdao smiled. Brother Zhao, let me know if you have any requests. Chu Li shook his head. I was lucky this time, but I might not be able to do it again. I don't have many left, and there are many handicapped people in the church who need them more. I won't trade them, and I can't trade them with you. Sigh. When Tingdao shook his head. The Sword Moon sect has spirit pills too. Brother Zhao, are you not interested? Chu Li shook his head. What if I trade them with martial arts? When Tingdao looked at him with a smile. Chu Li immediately asked, What martial arts? What martial arts do you want? When Tingdao's handsome face was full of smiles. As long as it's not our sect's martial arts, you can ask for anything. The Reincarnation Temple's martial arts, Chu Li said. When Tingdao pondered. The Reincarnation Temple's martial arts are imparted through enlightenment. Outsiders can't see it. Chu Li said, Then there's nothing to see. The Reincarnation Temple's martial arts aren't invincible. When Tingdao shook his head. There are ways to restrain it. Chu Li shook his head. It's useless even if there are. My cultivation level is insufficient. There are spirit pills to recover inner energy. When Tingdao smiled. Chu Li frowned. Something like the miracle cure pill? When Tingdao nodded slowly. That's right. Chu Li waved his hand. That's even worse. It would be too easy to be caught. Spirit pills to recover martial arts were a taboo. When Tingdao frowned at him. The Haitsong Mountains sword technique. Do you have a heart technique? No. When Tingdao shook his head. The Haitsong Mountains heart technique is a secret. It can't be taught to outsiders. What's the use of that? Chu Li scoffed. The Haitsong Mountain sword technique is already top-notch, although it's slightly inferior to the Sword Moon sect. Our Divine Light Sword is already a top-notch sword technique. Chapter 3741. Chu Li looked at him coldly, his face expressionless. When Tingdao chuckled and stopped in boredom, he shook his head and said, "That's quite funny. It's strange to say that the Divine Light Sword technique is a top-notch sword technique. The Divine Light Sword technique isn't one of the top-notch sword techniques in the world." Chu Li scoffed. "What sword techniques are there then?" "Our Sword Moon Palace's sword techniques. Ultimate Sword, True Jade Sword, Azure Sword, and Stargazing Sword are all top-notch sword techniques in the world. Even Haitsong Mountain's sword techniques aren't considered top-notch, let alone your Great Radiant Sword." Chu Li frowned at him. He had never heard of any of these sword techniques. He couldn't be so ignorant, could he? When Tingdao grinned. "Do you feel like you've never heard of any of them?" Chu Li scoffed. "It can't be nonsense, right?" "Ha ha!" When Tingdao shook his head. "It's only natural that you can't hear such things in the countryside. The world respects the Fu dynasty, and the Fu dynasty reveres Taoism. The Great One Palace is the orthodox Taoism of the world. The Great One Divine Sword is almost a divine skill, and no one can defeat it." Chu Li replied, "There's no such thing as an invincible sword technique. The Greater One Divine Sword is not a sword made of ordinary iron. It is a sword made of spirit and qi. It is formless and hard to guard against." When Tingdao shook his head. "It's truly the best sword in the world. Your Divine Light Sword is nothing compared to the Tai One Godly Sword." Chu Li frowned. "There's such a sword technique? The world is vast, but you're only in the Li dynasty. The Li dynasty is a poor and remote place, so it's inevitable that your knowledge is limited." When Tingdao said with a smile, "What do you think? Do you want to visit the Fu dynasty?" Chu Li scoffed. "No need. The Holy Church of Light is the overlord of the Li dynasty, but it's very ordinary in the Fu dynasty. If you join the Sword Moon sect, the Holy Church of Light won't be able to touch you." When Tingdao shook his head. "You'll only know what prosperity is when you come to the Fu dynasty." Chu Li asked, "What sword techniques do you have to exchange? You want a sword art?" When Tingdao pondered for a moment before saying, "There's a lesser ultimate sword in our sect. It's the basic sword technique of the ultimate sword. It's shockingly powerful and far more powerful than your Divine Light Sword. What's more, the ultimate sword doesn't require a specific sword manipulation mental technique. It can be activated with any mental technique, and its power depends on the mental technique." Chu Li shook his head. "The ultimate sword is more like it. Forget about the less ultimate sword. The ultimate sword is the ultimate sword technique of the ultimate temple. It has never been taught to outsiders." When Tingdao could not help but laugh. "We don't have the ability to obtain the ultimate sword. You're too greedy." "Forget it then," Chu Li said. "Normal sword techniques aren't worth the detachment pill. How about a few common knotgrass? The common knotgrass is useless. I might not be able to refine it next time." "Then tell me, what do I need to do to exchange? Unless it's one of the 8 sects' signature martial arts, I won't trade," Chu Li said. "Ha ha." When Tingdao pointed at him and said, "Zhao Dave, you're being too greedy. It's just a detachment pill. It's not like it's a life-saving pill that can bring the dead back to life. Even if it's a detachment pill, it's not worth the sect guarding martial arts." Chu Li spread his arms. "Have a safe trip. I won't be seeing you out. Why don't you think about it?" When Tingdao's face darkened, he said coldly, "We're showing our sincerity. The less ultimate sword is far better than your Divine Light Sword. It's already a top-notch sword technique. If you miss this chance, don't even think about getting it for the rest of your life." Chu Li shook his head. I won't trade. I won't trade anything other than the sect guarding martial arts. I see that your sincerity is limited. Forget it then. The detachment pill really can't compare to a life-saving pill. When Tingdao stared at him, Chu Li stared back at him, unwilling to back down. All right, I hope you won't regret this, Wen Tingdao said coldly. His figure blurred and disappeared. Chu Li turned his head and said, Senior sister, come out. Li Ruolin glided over the wall and landed in front of him. She looked at him with her charming eyes. Chu Li asked, What's wrong? Do you know what you've missed? Li Ruolin scoffed. She looked like she expected better from him. The less ultimate sword. Chu Li sat by the stone table and said lazily, So what? The less ultimate sword can completely replace our divine light sword. Li Ruolin said, If everyone cultivates the less ultimate sword, the Holy Church's strength will increase greatly. Do you know how much credit you'll get? Chu Li said, It's just the less ultimate sword. I want the ultimate sword. You're dreaming, Li Ruolin said impatiently. You want the ultimate sword like everyone else wants the great light scripture. Who can get it? There's a way, Chu Li said. Li Ruolin looked at his lazy expression and became angry. The detachment pill is yours anyway. You can do whatever you want with it. Just don't regret it. With the less ultimate sword, you can definitely become a patrol. Chu Li was stunned. He straightened his body and asked, I can become a patrol? You're right. Li Ruolin glared at him. You've forcefully pushed a patrol out. Chu Li said, So what if I push him out? It's just a patrol. How arrogant, Li Ruolin scoffed. Keep messing around. She left in a huff. Chu Li watched her leave leisurely. After a while, he turned around to look behind him. Bai Feng was dressed in white and her face was covered with a white veil. She stood quietly in front of the bamboo forest not far away. The green bamboos behind her swayed, and her white robe fluttered in the wind. Senior Bai. Chu Li fist saluted. Bai Feng floated over and a faint fragrance entered the gazebo. She sat in front of Chu Li and looked at him quietly across the stone table. Chu Li smiled. Senior Bai, what are you looking at? I didn't expect you to grow so quickly. It's only been a few months. Bai Feng shook her head. You can already leave the mountain. Senior, you flatter me. Chu Li said, Senior, please let me know if you need anything. I'll do my best to help. Bai Feng hesitated for a while and lowered her voice. My sect is going to set up a formation outside the town. Don't tell anyone, not even altar leader Mo. That's a good thing. Chu Li said, Isn't it better if everyone supports it? There are too many people, and everyone has their own agendas. They might not want this formation to succeed. Bai Feng scoffed. Just like altar leader Mo, he doesn't want the formation to succeed. Otherwise, all the credit will go to us and he won't get any credit. Chu Li smiled. That's great. You have a grudge against altar leader Mo, don't you? I killed his niece. No wonder. Bai Feng came to a sudden realization. She was smart and could tell that Mo Qianjun was trying to trip Chu Li up. That's great. Don't tell him that I want to secretly set up the formation. What do you want me to do? Chu Li asked. I know formations too, I can help. You don't have to worry about the formation. You'll be on guard, Bai Feng said. Although only 2 or 3 of us know about it, we have to be wary of Monk Zhishan and the others. All right, when do we start? Tonight, Bai Feng said. Come out from the back door. I'll come and pick you up. We'll leave the town quietly. All right. Chu Li nodded. Bai Feng fist saluted. That's it. Don't tell anyone. Chu Li patted his chest. Senior, don't worry. Chapter 3742. When the moon was high up in the sky, Chu Li sneaked out from the backyard and met up with Bai Feng. After walking along the main road for 10 miles, they arrived at the forest beside the main road. This main road was the only way to Falling Autumn City. If they wanted to march, they would have to pass through this place. There was no other way. There were a middle-aged woman and a middle-aged man in the forest. The woman was still charming while the man was handsome, and they looked alike. They were walking on the treetops above the forest, and had circled a few rounds in a short while. Masters Junior Ching, Masters Junior Ching. Bai Feng Fist saluted. Can we begin? Yes, we can. The two nodded. The middle-aged woman looked at Chu Li. Is this the famous Zhao Dai? Yes. Bai Feng smiled. Young Master Zhao is here to help. If there are enemies, he can stop them. We'll have to rely on you, young brother Zhao. The middle-aged woman smiled. Big brother and I need to focus on setting up the formation. We can't afford to be distracted. You and young Feng will be in charge of the situation outside. If there's any danger, we'll retreat. Chu Li Fist saluted. Bai Feng had already explained to him on the way here that the two of them were siblings. Qing Lin and Qing Sen were both formation experts. When they worked together to set up a formation, they could fight against an army of tens of thousands. However, such a formation could not be completed by one person. Fortunately, the siblings were connected and had a tacit understanding. That was how they managed to set up such a formation. Chu Li and Bai Feng guarded the south and north respectively. Chu Li was in the south while Bai Feng was in the north. If enemies came, one of them would cover the rear while the other would provide support. This was to ensure that Qing Sen and Qing Lin could return to the city safely. The night passed peacefully. Qing Sen and Qing Lin were progressing smoothly. When it was almost dawn, the four of them returned to the city. Based on their progress, they would be able to set up the formation in 3 more nights. By then, Falling Autumn City would not have to worry about being attacked by an army. Such a contribution would be enough to shock the world. Chu Li quietly returned to his house at dawn and meditated. After an unknown period of time, he heard hurried footsteps outside. He opened his eyes and saw the bright morning sun shining on the window. He got out of bed and opened the window to ask Ji Xian, "Senior brother Ji, what's the matter?" Ji Xian said anxiously, "Junior sister Li is missing." Gone? Chu Li frowned and used the omniscient mirror to look around. Indeed, Li Ruolin was nowhere to be seen. She could not be seen in the entire town defense prefecture. Did she go out by herself? Ji Xian took out a letter and handed it to Chu Li through the window. "It's for you." Chu Li turned around and walked out of the house. He pushed the door open and sat down by the stone table in the courtyard. He took the letter and glanced at it. His face darkened. Ji Xian glared at him in dissatisfaction. Chu Li scoffed. "One Ting Dao," Ji Xian said, "you shouldn't have given someone like him the detachment pill. Did he cause trouble? Fat meat attracts evil wolves." Chu Li took a deep breath. It was written by one Ting Dao. In the letter, Zhao Dai suddenly invited Miss Li to be his guest for a few days and told them not to worry. When the time came, he would send Miss Li back respectfully. He did not have any ill intentions. He just wanted to thank young Master Zhao Dai for giving him the detachment pill. Ji Xian scoffed. "What guest? It's obvious that they're threatening you to hand over the detachment pills, junior brother Zhao." Chu Li remained silent. Ji Xian said, "We shouldn't have given it to him in the first place." Chu Li cast a sidelong glance at him. Ji Xian's expression changed and his heart sank. He knew that he could not bring up the past, but he was still unwilling to give up. He said angrily, "Junior brother Zhao, what should we do? Should we report this to altar leader Mo?" "No need." Chu Li shook his head. "What should we do then?" Ji Xian said anxiously, "We can't just do nothing and wait for one Tingdao to send junior sister Li back, can we? A despicable person like him won't be able to send junior sister Li back." Chu Li stared at the letter and flipped it around as if he was trying to decipher the meaning behind it. Gxian became angry when he saw that Chu Li was calm and not anxious at all. He yelled, "Junior brother Zhao, what should we do?" "Let's wait," Chu Li said. "They have a favor to ask, so they won't dare to do anything to senior sister Li." "You're too calm," Gxian said impatiently. "Junior sister Li is a woman. There are too many ways to deal with her. Any one of them could ruin junior sister Li's life." Chu Li put down the letter. "Senior sister Li is important to you, senior brother Ji, but she's not important to the Sword Moon sect. She's far less important than the detachment pills. Would they do that if they lose the chance to obtain the detachment pills for an unimportant woman? You're underestimating them." Gxian scoffed. Chu Li asked, "Did Wen Tingdao write another letter to you?" Gxian was stunned and his expression changed. He took out a letter from his pocket. "He threw this in my courtyard. It's scary to think that he threw it here without anyone noticing." Chu Li took a glance at it and shook his head. "This Wen Tingdao likes to do this." Wen Tingdao said in the letter that he would release Li Rulan as long as he obtained 4 detachment pills. Otherwise, even if Li Rulan was released, her face would be disfigured and the detachment pills would be useless. This hit Gxian's weak spot. He could not imagine what a disfigured Li Rulan would look like. Chu Li threw the letter aside and shook his head. "Don't worry. If junior sister Li's face is disfigured, I'll refine a batch of muscle-growing pills for her. I guarantee that she'll recover to her original state or even better than before." "Really?" Gxian asked. Chu Li smiled. "I won't talk about anything else, but in terms of alchemy, no one can compare to me." Gxian smiled and let out a long sigh of relief. His body relaxed. He struggled when he received the letter. On one side was junior sister Li, and on the other side was Zhao Dave. He could not betray either of them and was stuck in a dilemma. In the end, he even thought of stealing junior sister Lu's detachment pills. However, he could not do it when he thought of her terrible condition. Chu Li said, "So, don't worry, senior brother Ji. Let's wait and see. I don't think they have the guts to do it." "All right." Gxian nodded reluctantly. He had no other way as he could not find the Sword Moon sect. Moreover, his light body technique was not as good, so it would be useless even if he found them. Gxian Fist saluted and left Chu Li's courtyard. Chu Li sneered. When Tingdao was really using both the carrot and the stick to obtain the detachment pills, all the more reason not to give it to him. When Tingdao guessed that someone important needed the detachment pills, once they obtained the detachment pills, the Sword Moon sect's strength would improve greatly. Since the Sword Moon sect and the Holy Church of Light were not enemies, it would not matter if their strength increased. Moreover, it would be best if they were enemies. However, the detachment pills were a rare commodity now. He could not exchange them easily. Moreover, not exchanging them would be the best solution. If he presented them to the saint directly, the saint would know that he had rejected the less ultimate sword and resisted the temptation of becoming a patrol. If he presented the detachment pills, the Holy Church of Light could exchange the detachment pills with the Sword Moon sect in exchange for the less ultimate sword. How could the saint not reward him for his great contribution? He would definitely be promoted to the position of patrol. In fact, he might even get more because he had shown his loyalty to the Holy Church of Light. Although his contribution was worthy of praise, his loyalty was even more valuable. Chapter 3743. However, this was just wishful thinking and it might not work out. When Tingdao was not a pushover either. He was meticulous and would not give up so easily. At that moment, a maid knocked on the door and entered the courtyard. She curtsied. "Young Master Zhao, altar leader Mo wants to see you." Chu Li looked at the maid thoughtfully and nodded lightly. "All right, I understand." The pretty maid was shocked when she saw his burning gaze. She quickly turned around and left. Chu was deep in thought when he saw the maid's thoughts. He left the courtyard and arrived at Emo Qianjuan's courtyard. Emo Qianjuan's courtyard was about 5 times the size of their courtyard. It was arranged into a small garden with a gazebo, a stream, fake mountains, and trees. The octagonal gazebo was located at the east side of the courtyard. It had red pillars and red eaves, giving it an ancient vibe. It was surrounded by fake mountains and flowing water. Emo Qianjun was sitting in the main seat in the gazebo. Lu Zhen, Zhou Jinchun, and even Ji Xian, who had just left him, was there too. He was listening to Emo Qianjun with a cup of tea. Lu Zhen placed her teacup on the table and stared blankly at the tea. Her pretty face was cold and pale. She had yet to recover. Zhou Jinchun twisted his body from time to time as he held his teacup. On the other hand, Ji Xian was absent-minded as he was still thinking about Li Ruolin and the Sword Moon sex threat. Even if junior brother Zhao had the muscle-gaining pill, there were too many ways to hurt a woman, not just her appearance. He wondered if junior sister Li had suffered other injuries. She must be in pain now. It must have been terrible to be caught. He wished he could take her place. When he recalled Chu Li's calm and composed expression, he could not help but feel annoyed. It seemed like he had worried too much. Chu Li did not like junior sister Li at all. That was why he was so careless. If it wasn't for everyone's help, my position as an altar leader would have come to an end. Emo Qianjun raised his teacup and laughed heartily. I shall use tea in place of wine to thank everyone. You're too kind. Zhou Jinchun quickly raised his teacup. Altar leader Emo, you're too kind. This is what we should do. We're from the same faction. How can we leave her in the lurch? Everyone drank their tea in one gulp. What a good fellow disciple. Emo Qianjun put down his teacup, clapped his hands and said with a smile, this is the foundation of our holy cult. The disciples of the cult work together, and that's why the holy cult is so strong and can look down on its peers. That's right. Zhou Jinchun smiled. He looked around and noticed that both Lu Zhen and Ji Xian were in a daze. If he did not say anything, altar leader Mo would not be able to extricate himself. Chu Li slowly walked to the gazebo and gave a fist salute. Everyone turned to look at Zhang Xian. Lu Zhen's eyes flickered as she sized him up. Ji Xian glanced at him before looking away. He was still a little displeased. Zhou Jinchun chuckled. Junior brother Zhao, come here quickly. Emo Qianjun gave a fist salute and smiled. Junior brother Zhao, I have to thank you sincerely. It's all thanks to you that you managed to severely injure Monk Zhishan. Otherwise, Falling Autumn City would have been defeated by him alone. We would have become a joke. Chu Li replied coldly, You're too kind, altar leader Mo. It's hard to say how badly injured Monk Zhishan is. He might come back at any time. As long as I can injure him and make him fearful, it's fine. Emo Qianjun laughed heartily. Come, let me replace wine with tea. A toast to you, junior brother Zhao. A young maid walked over gracefully and served him a cup of tea with both hands. It was the maid who went to inform Chu Li earlier. Emo Qianjun drained his cup in one gulp and showed the bottom of the cup. Chu Li also drained his cup in one gulp and sat opposite Lu Zhen. Although he did not want to be perfunctory with him, he still had to keep up appearances. This was the basic quality of a human being. Good, that was satisfying. Emo Qianjun laughed heartily. His laughter filled the entire courtyard. His hearty and heroic manner was infectious. Theoretically, you could have left immediately after delivering the pills. However, I had to stay behind to help and put you in danger. Zhou Jinchun waved his hand. What are you talking about, altar leader Mo? This is our chance to make a contribution. Junior brother Zhou has a pure heart. Good. Good. Altar leader Mo laughed. Now that Monk Zhishan has been injured, he can take a breather for now. You can leave Falling Autumn City and report back to your superiors. He suddenly frowned. Oh right, why haven't we met junior sister Li yet? Zhou Jinchun looked at Gxian and Lu Zhen looked at him too. Gxian said, "Junior sister Li had an urgent matter to attend to and left first. She asked me to apologize on her behalf." "What's so urgent?" Zhou Jinchun was puzzled. "We could have helped if she told us." "There's no need for help." Gxian shook his head. He glanced at Chu Li. This matter was not suitable to be mentioned. It would be fine if she was captured by a man, but it would be difficult to explain it to a woman. It would always be inappropriate, and even if she was rescued in the end, people would inevitably look at her differently. Therefore, this matter should be kept a secret. It would be fine as long as he and Zhao Dai knew about it. Both of them were close to Junior Sister Li, so they could help her keep the secret. As long as Junior Sister Li returned, they could pretend that nothing had happened. Chu Li sized up Mo Qianjun. A smile flashed across Mo Qianjun's eyes. There was a slight ripple in his heart. It was so fast that it seemed like it had never happened. Mo Qianjun sized up Gxian and sighed to himself that he was still immature and inexperienced. He glanced at the maid at the entrance of the main hall. It was so subtle that the maid nodded and was about to walk over. Chu Li coughed softly to attract everyone's attention. He knew what Mo Qianjun was planning. Next, the maid appeared and pretended to have found a letter by accident. It was a letter left behind by the Sword Moon sect. It clearly stated that they had invited Li Ruolin over to discuss the matter of exchanging the detachment pills. They also asked altar leader Mo to forgive them for being rude and to visit them another day. Once the letter was sent, Mo Qianjun would have a legitimate reason to ask him to hand over the detachment pills. He would discuss with the Sword Moon sect about redeeming Li Ruolin. He did not care if it would ruin Li Ruolin's reputation. Moreover, Li Ruolin was close to him, and he had already vented his anger on her. By taking care of her, it would serve as a warning to the people in the Church of Light. If he did not hand over the detachment pills, it would mean that he was selfish and heartless. Even if Zhou Jinchun and Lu Zhen did not sever ties with him, they would still distance themselves from him. If news of this spread to the Church of Light, he would be completely isolated. If he handed over the detachment pills, Mo Qianjun would exchange them with the Sword Moon sect and build a relationship with them. However, this was different from him building a relationship with the Sword Moon sect. He was doing this for the sake of his junior sister. He would then obtain the less ultimate sword and present it to the Church of Light. With this achievement, Mo Qianjun would be able to become a priest. He secretly shook his head. Those who were able to ascend to such a high position were not easy to deal with. Mo Qianjun looked heroic on the outside, but he was thick-skinned and vicious on the inside. Wen Tingdao was also very cunning. Wen Tingdao's move had ruined his wishful thinking. He was pressuring him step by step until he had no choice but to exchange the pills. Everyone's attention was focused on him. The maid from afar was holding a letter as she walked towards him. Chu Li's gaze lingered on Mo Qianjun's face with a faint smile on his face. Mo Qianjun had goosebumps from his stare. He wondered if Chu Li had noticed something. "Altar leader Mo, I found a letter when I was cleaning the house," the maid said from outside the pavilion. "Oh?" Mo Qianjun quickly turned around. Chu Li coughed softly and shook his head. "Actually, senior brother Ji hasn't finished speaking. Li Ruolin does have an urgent matter, but it needs to be kept a secret." "What is it?" Zhou Jinchun urged. "Junior brother Zhao, tell us quickly. We're not outsiders." Chapter 3744. Chu Li coughed softly and interrupted him. "Senior sister Li is actually going to meet the people from the Sword Moon sect." "The Sword Moon sect?" Zhou Jinchun raised his voice and frowned. "Junior sister Li is going to meet the people from the Sword Moon sect alone?" Chu Li replied, "One person is enough. Moreover, this has to be kept a secret. If the other three sects find out, They'll definitely try to stop us. I see. Zhou Jinchun nodded slowly. Lu Zhen looked at Ji Xian. Ji Xian looked hesitant. He glanced at Chu Li and nodded helplessly. Junior sister Li said to keep it a secret. She's going to scout ahead. She didn't tell anyone because she's afraid that they'll stop her. Mo Qianjun was furious. Chu Li's words made his well-prepared plan go down the drain. All his efforts were wasted and his wishful thinking did not work. He remained calm and feigned ignorance. The Sword Moon sect has nothing to do with us. They're a famous sect in the Fu dynasty. Why would we meet them? We have a grudge against the Sword Moon sect. Chu Li said. Back then, a disciple from the Sword Moon sect came to the Li dynasty to cause trouble. Senior brother Ji was ordered to chase them into the Fu dynasty and kill them, which led to the Sword Moon sect's revenge. If they're enemies, would she dare to meet them? Mo Qianjun frowned. The Sword Moon sect is not to be trifled with. Chu Li said, I refined a batch of detachment pills for senior sister Lu that can regrow severed limbs. The Sword Moon sect wants a few pills and said that they'll exchange the less ultimate sword for them. Senior sister Li went there to discuss the exchange. Nonsense! Mo Qianjun shouted. Who gave you the right to exchange without permission? This is a big taboo. I've already reported it to the saint. If she agrees, we'll exchange. Chu Li replied, if the saint doesn't agree to it, then forget it. However, such a good deal is rare. Obtaining the less ultimate sword technique will only bring benefits to the Holy Church of Light. It's just a few pills, not life-saving spirit pills. His words made Mo Qianjun even more furious. If he reported it to the saint in advance, he would not be able to get any credit. This Zhao Dai deserved to die. Aren't you afraid that they'll hold Junior Sister Li captive and threaten you to hand over the detachment pills? Mo Qianjun scoffed. Chu Li shook his head and said, if they really want to trade, they won't do it in one go. If they really want to do that, we can just give it to them. It's just a few pills, how can they compare to Senior Sister Li? They will be greedy and threaten us again and again. Mo Qianjun snorted. Chu Li said, there's nothing we can do about it. We'll just give it to them. It's not like it's a life-saving spirit pill. Besides, it's useless for them to want so many of them. In my opinion, they won't hand over the less ultimate sword technique. Instead, they'll detain Junior Sister Li and threaten you to hand over the detachment pills. The sects of the Fu dynasty are very arrogant. They don't respect the sects of the Li dynasty at all. His gaze was like a torch as he carefully observed Ji Xian's expression. He vaguely guessed that Chu Li was not telling the truth. It was highly likely that the Sword Moon sect had secretly captured Li Rulan to threaten Chu Li to hand over the detachment pills. Chu Li smiled faintly. So, Altar Leader Mo, are you saying that we won't hand over the detachment pills if they hold Senior Sister Li captive? Well, Mo Qianjun hesitated. Zhao Dai had forced him to the edge of a cliff. Everyone knew that they could not compromise under such circumstances. Otherwise, they would only attract more trouble. However, no one could say that. Otherwise, they would be cold-blooded and would be reviled by others. Chu Li picked up his teacup and took a sip. That's it. Mo Qianjun scoffed. All right, junior brother Zhao. Since you're confident, I won't interfere. I'll wait for the less ultimate sword. Chu Li said lazily, whether it succeeds or not depends on the saint and the Sword Moon sect. It's still too early to say. If that's the case, you can't leave Falling Autumn City. Mo Qianjun shook his head. Falling Autumn City is in danger now. It's fine. Zhou Jinchun quickly said, let's wait for Junior Sister Li to come back. Ji Xian nodded. All right, I wish you all the best. Let's exchange for the less ultimate sword. Mo Qianjun smiled. Come, let's have another toast. The maid tactfully passed the letter to Mo Qianjun. Then, she filled everyone's teacups and left quietly. Chu Li sized up the maid. Altar Leader Mo, I'm lacking a servant. Why don't you send this lady over? She's quick and efficient. I'm quite satisfied with her. Mo Qianjuan's expression changed. He waved his hand. If you're lacking a servant, I'll find one for you. I'm used to her, so I can't bear to give her to you. He knew that this was Chu Li's revenge and warning. That damned Zhao Dai had found his weakness. Chu Li looked regretful. I've always said that Altar Leader Mo is generous. Mo Qianjun laughed. No matter how generous I am, I won't simply give away the people around me. Alright, you guys can continue with your work. Yes. Everyone stood up. Junior Sister Lu, are the detachment pills useful? Mo Qianjun asked. Lu Jin replied coldly, I don't know. After she finished speaking, she left gracefully on her own. Mo Qianjun was not angered by her retort. Instead, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Junior Sister Lu is still blaming me. Zhou Jinchun said, Junior Sister Lu has such a temper. Altar Leader Mo, please don't lower yourself to her level. Of course not. Mo Qianjun waved his hand and smiled. Junior Brother Ji, you don't look so good. Ji Xian forced a smile. It's nothing. Don't worry too much. Mo Qianjun looked at him with concern and smiled. Junior Sister Li is bold but careful. She'll do well. Yes. Ji Xian's expression became even worse. He did not look at his smiling face. Let's go to my place. Chu Li interrupted Mo Qianjun. Ji Xian immediately nodded, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Zhou Jinchun followed them to Chu Li's courtyard. Mo Qianjun stared at their retreating silhouettes with the same smile on his face. He slowly picked up his teacup and took a sip. Then, he let out a long breath. The fragrance of the tea permeated the air, as if he had vented all of his frustrations. He paid great attention to controlling himself. Even if he was extremely angry, he could not show it on the outside. He could not vent his anger on anything and let others know what he was thinking. Phew! Once they entered Chu Li's courtyard, Ji Xian sat by the stone table and let out a long sigh. He was almost scared to death just now. His heart had been hanging in midair. Now, he could finally relax. I almost got tricked. Ji Xian was not stupid. Judging from the fight between Chu Li and Mo Qianjun, he could guess that Mo Qianjun wanted to take the detachment pills away. Fortunately, junior brother Zhao had stopped him. When he thought about the consequences of Mo Qianjun revealing the truth, junior sister Li's reputation would be ruined. He hated Mo Qianjun to the core. It was already a miracle that he was able to hold back his anger. Zhou Jinchun looked at Mo Qianjun's expression and then at Chu Li. He vaguely understood what Mo Qianjun was thinking. What should we do? Zhou Jinchun moved closer to Chu Li and asked, Are we really not going to give the detachment pills to junior sister Li? Chu Li scoffed. We have to give the detachment pills, but how we're going to give it to her is a big problem. Plans could not keep up with changes. At this point, if he insisted on not exchanging with the Sword Moon sect and insisted on handing the detachment pills to the saint, he would be cold-blooded and would not be rewarded much. Under the threat of the Sword Moon sect, handing over the detachment pills was not a rational choice. In fact, it was a stupid move. However, it would show that he was loyal to his friends, which would make it easier for him to be put in an important position. Sometimes, it depended on the saint's decision to give him the detachment pills. It depended on what kind of tasks she would assign to him. If he could gain her favor, it would be worth it even if he had to sacrifice some of his contributions. Hurry up, junior sister Li is in their hands. Zhou Jinchun said anxiously. Don't hurt junior sister Li. I'm going out for a while. Chu Li stood up. Where are you going? Zhou Jinchun asked. I'm looking for Wen Tingdao to bring senior sister Li back. Ji Xian quickly asked, Junior brother Zhao, can you find Wen Tingdao? Chapter 37:45. Let's go together then, Zhou Jinchun quickly said. Chu Li shook his head. I'll go alone. There's strength in numbers, Zhou Jinchun said. Chu Li glanced at him. You're a burden now. You'll only cause trouble if you go. Both Zhou Jinchun and Gxin were suffering from the aftereffects of the secret skill. Their cultivation levels were almost crippled, so they could not fight anyone. When Mo Qianjun saw this, he pretended to be unaware of it. He even thanked them generously and asked them to leave. If anything happened to them, he would be implicated as well. You! Zhou Jinchun stared at him angrily. Chu Li stared back at him. Zhou Jinchun was annoyed. All right, I'm a burden, all right? Can you do it yourself? Piece of cake, Chu Li said. Gxin was annoyed too. He scoffed. Why are you dawdling if you can find Junior Sister Li? He could have found Junior Sister Li, but he did not. Instead, he was dawdling and did not care about Junior Sister Li's life at all. How detestable. It's not a big deal. I need to find out what Altar Leader Mo is up to. I don't want my escape route to be cut off. Chu Li scoffed. This Altar Leader Mo? Gxin gritted his teeth. He recalled Mo Qianjuan's cunning and evil ways and was worried about Li Rulan. He quickly said, Hurry up and go. Chu Li glared at him angrily. Take out all your energy-cultivating pills. Zhou Jinchun and Gxin each took out 2 bottles and passed them to him. They knew that he really needed the energy pills. His cultivation level was not high enough. Without the energy pills, his inner energy would be depleted, and he would not be able to continue. Wait for the good news. Chu Li waved his hand and strode out of the town defense prefecture. He left Falling Autumn City and headed for the Taoist temple 50 miles away. He was extremely fast. He used the omniscient mirror to scan his surroundings and soon saw Li Rulan in his mind. Under the bright and beautiful sunlight, the ancient Taoist temple seemed to be filled with vitality. Li Rulan was sitting in front of a stone table in the front yard of the temple. Wen Tingdao was sitting opposite her. Wen Tingdao fist saluted. Miss Li, we invited you here as a guest. We mean no harm. Is this how you invite me? Li Rulan sneered. You use senior brother Ji to lure me here. Is this how you treat your guests? She received a letter in the middle of the night and it contained a piece of Gxin's jade pendant. She panicked out of concern and chased after the person who delivered the letter. She chased the person for 25 miles before she arrived at this Taoist temple and saw Wen Tingdao there. She knew that she had been tricked the moment she saw Wen Tingdao. Wen Tingdao waved his folding fan and smiled. If I didn't do this, Lady Li wouldn't have come. It's difficult to invite her, so this is the only way. Junior brother Zhao won't agree to it. Li Rulan said calmly, You're wasting your efforts. Hee. When Tingdao closed his folding fan and lightly tapped his palm, Do you think we're using you to threaten young Master Zhao? You're wrong. You think too lowly of us. Humph, how despicable. Li Rulan laughed mockingly. If they were not despicable, then who was? When Tingdao pretended not to hear her and smiled. We're inviting Lady Li to be our guest. We're not forcing you, we're just using some tricks. However, a treat is a treat, not a captive. If Lady Li doesn't like it, you can leave anytime. We won't stop you. Really? Li Rulan frowned in disbelief. When Tingdao smiled. Lady Li, you're free now. Li Rulan stood up and left eagerly. When she reached the entrance of the Taoist temple, she turned around and saw Wen Tingdao playing with his wine cup. He looked at her with a smile and had no intention of making a move. Wen Tingdao gestured for Li Rulan to go ahead. Li Rulan frowned. What are you trying to do? We're just expressing our sincerity. Wen Tingdao smiled warmly. We're exchanging the less ultimate sword technique with young Master Zhao for the detachment pills. This is sincerity. Li Rulan scoffed. Wen Tingdao smiled and nodded. Not when you can. This is sincerity. Li Ruolan's charming face darkened. She immediately understood Wen Tingdao's threat. This time, he was letting her leave safely. If she did not exchange the detachment pills, she might not be able to leave the next time. Oh right, Lady Li, this is the first half of the less ultimate sword technique. Wen Tingdao took out a thin booklet and tossed it to Li Ruolan. The thin booklet was carried to Li Ruolan as if it was carried by an invisible hand. Li Ruolan took it but did not flip through it. Wen Tingdao smiled. If young Master Zhao is interested in the exchange, you can leave the detachment pills at the same place. We'll also leave the second half of the sword technique at the same place. If you're still worried, you can go over there and read the sword technique first before giving us the detachment pills. Aren't we being very sincere? Very sincere indeed. Chu Li snorted and stepped into the Taoist temple. Wen Tingdao's smile remained the same, but he frowned. He did not notice Chu Li's approach. Chu Li shook his head. Wen Tingdao, why are you playing tricks? Hand over the second half of the sword technique, and we can exchange it now. Junior brother Zhao, Li Ruolan quickly said. Really? Wen Tingdao's smile widened. Chu Li scoffed. The less ultimate sword can only be exchanged for 2 detachment pills. Wen Tingdao's handsome face turned gloomy. 2 pills. Chu Li nodded. Only 2 pills. I originally wanted to give you 3 pills, but you overreached yourself, so I can only give you 2. If you disturb Senior Sister Li again, you can only give me 1 pill. Are you messing with us? Wen Tingdao's handsome face darkened. What's the use of 2 pills? Chu Li said, if I break 1 finger, 2 pills will be enough. What about 2 fingers? Then I can only grow half of them. 4 pills, Wen Tingdao said in a deep voice. Otherwise, we won't exchange. That's great. Chu Li spread his hand. Do you think the Sword Moon sect has the Holy Church of Light under your thumb? If you provoke us, we'll just charge into the Fu dynasty and take care of the Sword Moon sect. I'll just take out the detachment pills and let the other sects deal with your Sword Moon sect disciples. Can you stand it? In your dreams. Wen Tingdao could not help but laugh as he shook his head. The Fu dynasty's martial arts world will never listen to the Holy Church of Light. I'll just get someone from the Fu dynasty to step in. Chu Li pouted. The Sword Moon sect must have many enemies too, right? You'll be the sinner if both sides suffer great losses. Wen Tingdao's expression changed slightly, but he remained silent. At the end of the day, he did not want to fall out with Chu Li over a few detachment pills. After all, Chu Li was a talented and rare pill refining master. They might even be able to obtain other rare pills from him in the future. Otherwise, the Sword Moon sect would not have been so lenient. They could have just captured Li Ruolan and forced Chu Li to hand over the detachment pills. Then I'll add another bottle of strengthening pills. Wen Tingdao scoffed. That's our secret medicine. Chu Li said calmly, all right, I'll exchange. Chapter 3746. He had seen this kind of spirit pill in the treasured pill scripture, but the Holy Church of Light did not have this kind of spirit pill due to the lack of a few spirit herbs. In order to replenish their blood essence, they usually ate more birds and beasts. Lu Zhen, for example, needed a large amount of blood essence to recover her arm. Unfortunately, she didn't have a spirit pill like the vitality enhancement pill, so she could only rely on eating more birds and beasts. However, this replenishment speed was limited, so it would take about 10 days. The speed at which one replenished their blood essence also determined the rate of recovery. Similarly, if one grew an arm, the arm would grow stronger if it had an abundant supply of blood essence. If the blood essence was not abundant, the arm would be like the arm of a baby, and it would need to grow stronger step by step. Although the blood essence of martial artists was strong, it was still not enough to regrow limbs. All right. Wen Tingdao was overjoyed. He did not expect Chu Li to agree to it. Chu Li said, "A bottle of strengthening pills and the less ultimate sword. Hand it over now." When Ting Dao took out a jade bottle and a thin booklet without hesitation and tossed them to Chu Li took it and flipped through the sword manual. Then, he took the one in Li Ruolan's hand and flipped through it again. He nodded thoughtfully. It was indeed an exquisite sword technique. The moves were exquisite and could make up for the lack of skills. He then pulled out the cork of the bottle and poured out 10 perfectly round red pills. He nodded in satisfaction and took out a jade bottle from his bosom and tossed it over. When Ting Dao opened it and saw 4 soybean-sized pills inside, they were the detachment pills that he had consumed before. He nodded in satisfaction and smiled. "Brother Zhao, we're friends now." Chu Li scoffed. "We're not friends. If we trust each other, then we are friends. I treat Brother Zhao as a friend." One Ting Dao chuckled. "No discord, no concord. Now that I'm related to the Holy Church of Light, I'll definitely look for Brother Zhao for a drink when I have the time." Chu Li waved his hand and said, "I don't have time to deal with you. It's better if you don't come. Goodbye." With that, he turned around and left. Li Ruolan followed him out of the room. When Ting Dao raised his voice, "Brother Zhao, we'll meet again." Chu Li waved his hand at the people behind him. Then, he took large strides and sped up. Finally, he activated the time steps and sped up alongside Li Ruolan. Li Ruolan followed him without saying a word. She knew that she was to blame for this matter. She was too careless and was easily tricked to come here. She was too worried and confused and couldn't keep her cool. Chu Li did not say a word and continued on his way. He descended the mountain where the Taoist temple was located and headed towards Falling Autumn City. "Junior brother, regarding this matter," Li Ruolan sighed. "I've implicated you." Chu Li glanced at him and said nothing. Li Ruolan said, "The situation at that time was too realistic. I really thought that they had captured Senior Brother Ji. You know that Senior Brother Ji can't fight back now and is almost a cripple. It's very easy for him to be captured." "Yes, I understand." Chu Li waved his hand and interrupted her. "It's not that you're careless, it's just that Wen Ting Dao is too cunning. It's impossible to guard against him." "Ah," Li Ruolan sighed. Chu Li replied, "I was planning to hand the detachment pills to the saint so that she could exchange the less ultimate sword with the Sword Moon sect. I didn't expect Wen Ting Dao to be in such a hurry and use these tricks. I have no choice but to make the exchange now." Li Ruolan's eyes flickered as she quickly understood Chu Li's plan. "It's my fault," Li Ruolan said apologetically. Chu Li shook his head. "He always has a way to trick you. You can't defeat Wen Ting Dao, so this situation is inevitable. Let's return to the Great Light Peak as soon as possible before he keeps pestering us." "All right." Li Ruolan nodded vigorously. It was a sin for her to diminish Junior Brother Zhao's contribution so that he could not advance further in front of the saint. Perhaps he was one step away from becoming a priest at a crucial time. The two of them quietly returned to the backyard of the town defense prefecture where Lu Zhen and the others were waiting. When Gxin saw Li Ruolan, he went forward excitedly. He wanted to hug Li Ruolan in his arms, but when he saw that Li Ruolan was calm and unfazed, he could only suppress his urge. Zhou Jinchun grinned excitedly and asked what happened. When Li Ruolan told him what had happened, everyone shook their heads helplessly. When faced with such a situation, not to mention Li Ruolan, anyone else would not be able to do anything about it. They would chase after him out of concern and end up in such a situation. Wen Ting Dao was extremely cunning and had only taken advantage of this period of time. However, they also knew that such an invitation could turn into a forced one at any time. If Chu Li did not rush over in time, the outcome would be unpredictable. Since when did Wen Ting Dao become so easily convinced? Gxin said angrily. He felt inexplicably nervous when he thought about the dangerous situation Li Ruolin was in. He still wants the detachment pills. Chu Li shook his head. Forget it, let's not bother about him for now. Senior Sister Lu, 1 strengthening pill a day and 2 detachment pills each time. All right. Lu Jin nodded. She had been quiet as if she was indifferent to everything. She only held Li Ruolin's hand without saying a word. She was actually enduring the pain in her shoulder. We should go, Chu Li said. Let's return to the Great Light Peak as soon as possible. Yes, let's go. Zhou Jinchun and Gxian nodded immediately. Li Ruolin said, Senior Sister Lu, let's go back together. It's not good to stay here any longer. Lu Jin nodded. She knew that Mo Qianjun wanted her to leave as soon as possible. She had become a burden. Indeed, Mo Qianjun could not wait for all of them to leave. After all, they would only be a burden if they stayed. Therefore, the next morning, they left Falling Autumn City. Zhou Jinchun and Gxian could not use their light body techniques, so they rode on fine horses. Mo Qianjun gave each of them a horse and sent them off personally. Chu Li shook his head when he saw the satisfied look on his face. If he knew that Bai Feng and the others had already set up a big formation, he would not be so excited. He would not be able to get the credit for defending Falling Autumn City this time. Cheng Sin and Cheng Lin's formation was set up more smoothly than expected. It was completed on the second night, but it was not activated yet. It could be activated at any time if the army attacked. Everyone rode on horses and galloped away. Lu Jin had been quiet throughout the journey. Chu Li knew that she was in great pain. The detachment pill did not feel good and her entire arm was probably in pain. Although she had lost her arm, the pain was still there. Lu Jin did not groan at all. She even tried to hide her pain. However, Li Ruolin and the others knew that she was not feeling well when they saw her pale face. Therefore, they did not disturb her and continued their journey in silence. On the morning of the 5th day, they arrived at the Great Light Peak. A cheer broke the silence. Li Ruolin held Lu Jin's left arm and was overjoyed. Lu Jin's left arm had indeed grown back. Zhou Jinchun quickly leaned over to look at Lu Jin's fair left arm. He laughed excitedly and held Chu Li's hand tightly. He said gratefully, Junior Brother Zhao, you're really good. You're really good. Chu Li was helpless at his enthusiasm and pulled his hand out with much effort. Gxian was also amazed. I didn't expect her arm to grow back. The detachment pill is amazing. Who would be afraid of getting hurt with this? Chapter 37-47. The next evening, they arrived at the Great Light Peak. As soon as Chu Li returned to the Spirit Medicine Nursery, Zhou Huang ran over and complained that the efficiency of the Spirit Medicine Nursery was too low and unbearably slow. The Spirit Medicine Nursery could not do without him. Instead of risking his life outside, it was better to stay in the Spirit Medicine Nursery. At that moment, a young lady in green entered the Spirit Medicine Nursery and approached Chu Li. Junior Brother Zhao, the saint invites you. Chu Li gave a fist salute and followed her to the Divine Light Basilica. The setting sun dyed the Divine Light Basilica a rosy color. Every stone on the floor of the basilica glowed with a warm luster as if they were made of white jade. Sun Mingyue sat behind the desk. Her white dress and veil were dyed rosy as well. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were bright and captivating. She looked thoughtfully at the 2 sword manuals and a bottle of detachment pills on the desk. She did not expect Zhao Dai to be so capable. Everywhere he went, the world was turned upside down. It was as if he was shrouded in an invisible layer of luck, as if God was taking care of him. It was the Holy Church of Light's fortune that such a person could enter, but there was a very important problem. She could not see through his thoughts. When he was still weak, this problem was not worth mentioning. A small disciple could not do anything. However, in just a few months he had accumulated a huge amount of merit and was promoted to a patrol. Once he became a patrol, he would not be a small figure. She needed to observe him carefully and let him become an altar leader. An altar master oversaw a region. If he were to have second thoughts, it would be too damaging to the Holy Church. Moreover, he was too young and was an outer peak disciple. He had no foundation in the Holy Church. If he suddenly rose to a high position and became an altar leader, all the disciples in the Holy Church would not be convinced. Experience was a powerful thing, and sometimes it was even more powerful than martial arts. Now, he needed to suppress him a little, slow down his speed of ascension, and build up his experience. Only then would he be able to walk more steadily and also make others feel more at ease. An altar master who was too young was not a good thing. His actions were not steady and people could not be at ease. If he was impulsive, the Holy Church would suffer heavy losses, and the consequences would be unpredictable. Thousands of thoughts flashed through her mind. Sun Mingyue looked up at Chu Li. Chu Li stood tall and proud in the main hall, looking at her calmly. His gaze was bold, and he did not have the slightest bit of respect and admiration that the other disciples had. His face was still as ugly as ever, with triangular eyes, thick lips, and a flat nose. Sun Mingyue smiled. Looks were insignificant to her. She had seen so many handsome men and beautiful women that she was numb to looks. She only cared about talent and ability, martial arts, and loyalty. From today onwards you will be a patrol, Sun Mingyue said. Chu Li gave a fist salute and said, "Thank you, Saint. You deserve it." Sun Mingyue said, "The less ultimate sword is indeed powerful, even more so than the great light sword technique. You have contributed greatly." Chu Li nodded. "You want to be promoted to altar master immediately?" "Yes." "Because of altar leader MO?" "Yes." "Unfortunately, you won't be able to do as you wish," Sun Mingyue said calmly. "Your martial arts skills are not enough to become an altar leader, no matter how great your contributions are." Chu Li was stunned for a moment, then he understood. Martial arts and contributions were the two legs of advancement. Neither could be dispensed with. Now that his cultivation level was crippled, he had to cultivate again. Not to mention, to hide the fact that the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture could restore his martial arts, he had not restored his martial arts. Even if he restored his martial arts, his cultivation level was not enough to become an altar leader. His light blade was powerful, but his lack of cultivation level was his shortcoming. He did not realize this when he was a branch leader, but if he wanted to be promoted to altar leader, he would need to have a sufficient cultivation level, not just the level of the light blade. There was a fixed standard for how deep one's cultivation level was needed. The Great Light Scripture itself did not have levels, only levels. If one continued to cultivate it, the power of the divine light body would continue to increase, and one could even ascend to heaven with this scripture. In ancient times, there were many seniors who ascended to heaven with rainbow transformation, but after the spirit beasts returned to 100,000 hills, no one succeeded. Most importantly, the Great Light Scripture was divided into two parts, so the people from the Holy Church of Light did not know if they could ascend to heaven. Now, the seniors who lived in seclusion at Great Light Peak were all filled with hope. They cultivated the Great Light Scripture with all their might, hoping to ascend to heaven before their lifespans ended. "I've decided to let you join the Herbalist Hall," Sun Mingyue said. "Your talent in alchemy is more amazing than your talent in martial arts. Go to the Herbalist Hall and practice alchemy. You can also improve your cultivation level and prepare to be promoted to altar leader." "I don't want to be a pill-refining master." Sun Mingyue's eyes flashed and she said, "This is my decision, just follow my orders." Chu Li shook his head. "Forgive me for not following your orders. I don't want to be a pill-refining master, I want to become an altar leader as soon as possible." Mo Qianjuan's actions in falling Autumn City made him understand that a higher rank could crush a person. If he had not been smart enough to see through his tricks before Mo Qianjun, things would not have gone so smoothly. If Mo Qianjun did not use his tricks and asked him to hand over the detachment pills, if he did not, Mo Qianjun would have a legitimate reason to deal with him, or even order Li Ruolin and the others to take him down. If he did not become an altar leader as soon as possible, this kind of situation would happen again, and Mo Qianjun would not let him go. He could not harm him with his identity as an altar leader, but he could humiliate him. Sun Mingyue's tone was calm, and there was no change in it. "Do you know the consequences of disobeying my orders?" Chu Li asked. "What consequences?" "You'll be demoted by 1 level, Sun Mingyue said. If you disobey me again, you'll be demoted by 2 levels, and if you can't, you'll be chased out of Great Light Peak." Chu Li fell silent, and he lowered his head to think. Sun Mingyue looked at him quietly, and her eyes were cold and calm. After a while, she said calmly, "Have you thought it through?" "I don't want to be a pill-refining master." Chu Li lifted his head to look at her, and his gaze was firm. "Forget about demoting me by 1 level. Even if I'm chased out of Great Light Peak, I'll still say the same thing. I won't become a pill-refining master." "All right, I'll fulfill your wish." Sun Mingyue nodded and said, "You're a branch leader now, go back to Gale City and stay there." She felt that it was a pity that he was stubborn and unruly, and she could not let him become an altar leader. He was like a horse that could not be controlled, and the faster it ran, the more trouble it would cause. This kind of person needed to be tempered. First, it was to get rid of his unruly nature, and second, it was to observe his loyalty, and see if he could withstand the test. If it was someone else, she would not need to go through so much trouble. She could see through him at a glance, and she could only use this kind of manipulation technique on Chu Li. It would be a pity to give up on such a genius. She needed to polish him well, and while doing so, she could see through his qualities. Only then, she could put him to good use and make him an altar leader or priest. Chu Li fist saluted. "Understood." Sun Mingyue waved her hand. "Go." Without another word, Chu Li turned around and left with his head held high. He strode out of Divine Light Basilica, and soon stepped into the strong wind as he walked down the mountain. Sun Mingyue looked at his back thoughtfully. Chapter 3748. Chu Li's face darkened as he returned to the Spirit Medicine Nursery and went into his house to pack his things. He left the treasured pill scripture and 100 herb scripture behind, as he did not want to bring them along. The scriptures were imprinted in his mind, and he could redraw them whenever he needed them. While he was packing, Zhou Huang and Su Jingya came in. "What's going on? You're going out again?" Zhou Huang shouted in dissatisfaction as soon as he entered. "Young fellow, don't forget that you're now a member of the Spirit Medicine Nursery." Su Jingya was surprised. "Senior brother Zhao, you have another mission?" Chu Li stopped and fist saluted. "Elder Zhou, junior sister Su, I'm leaving the Spirit Medicine Nursery for good this time. I'm going down the mountain." "What's going on?" Zhou Huang was displeased. "You haven't even been here for a year." Chu Li said, "I'm a branch leader now. I'm going to Gale City to be a branch leader. I won't be coming back." "Branch leader?" Zhou Huang frowned. "I remember now. You're a branch leader, but why are you in such a hurry to leave? You should first plant a type of spirit herb in the Spirit Medicine Nursery to accumulate some credits." To Zhao Dave, it was easy to accumulate merits in the Spirit Medicine Nursery. However, it was not so easy to gain merits outside. He had to fight to the death and snatch merits amidst the flashes of swords and sabers. Even if he had to fight to the death, he might as well gain merits by planting spiritual herbs for a few days. Chu Li shook his head. "I disobeyed the saint's order and didn't want to be a pill-refining master in the herbalist hall, but the saint asked me to go to Gale City. Out of sight, out of mind. The herbalist hall. Zhou Huang gritted his teeth. They must have instigated the saint. Chu Li said, I'm talented in alchemy since I've refined the detachment pill. That's why the saint wants me to refine pills, but I don't want to do it. Detachment pill? Zhou Huang quickly recalled and looked at Chu Li in shock. Chu Li scoffed. Gale City is good too. It's a carefree place. Humph, good my *SS. Zhou Huang glared at him and shook his head. That's the far west. You've been banished. He did not think of going to the Saintess to plead for leniency, as it was useless. The Saintess was a woman of her word, and she would never go back on her word. Not to mention him pleading for leniency, even if the cult master personally spoke, it would be useless. Su Jingya stood to the side, feeling a little reluctant. Although junior brother Zhao was a little ugly, he was easy to get along with, and he didn't have any bad intentions. She was reluctant to part with him, but she didn't show it. She just smiled calmly and said goodbye to him, telling him to come back often when he had time. Elder Zhou, I will leave sooner or later. All good things must come to an end. Chu Li packed a bag and slung it over his shoulder. I'll come back often. If you need anything, send a letter to Gale City, and I'll receive it. You rascal! Zhou Huang said hatefully. How dare you go head-on against the saint? You're simply courting death. Remember this lesson and be more obedient next time. The saint is ruthless. No matter how talented you are, she won't spoil you. Chu Li curled his lips disapprovingly. He gave a fist salute and turned around to leave. Li Ruolin hurried over as soon as he arrived at the entrance of the valley. She was panting heavily, and her charming face was dyed red. She looked tender and alluring. Chu Li closed fist saluted. Senior sister, are you here to bid farewell to me too? Zhao Daif, have you lost your mind? Li Ruolin yelled. Her charming face was covered with a layer of frost. She rushed over as soon as she received the news. She was furious on the way here because Zhao Dai had been kicked out of his post as soon as he was promoted to patrol. He was demoted to a branch leader and was even sent back to Gale City. It was not easy to be promoted from a branch leader to a patrol. He was lucky that he was in Falling Autumn City and encountered the Sword Moon sect. That was why Zhao Dai must have misunderstood and thought that it was easy to be promoted to a patrol. That was why he did not know how to cherish it. Many branch leaders could not become patrols their entire lives. Li Ruolin was lucky to have gone through a narrow escape before she managed to become a patrol. Zhao Dai, on the other hand, was ruined with just one sentence. She hated him so much that she wanted to give him 2 tight slaps across his face. Chu Li said nonchalantly, Senior sister, you're not here to bid farewell to me. Do you know what a stupid thing you've done? Li Ruolin became even more furious when she saw his nonchalant expression. Her chest rose and fell violently as she said angrily, Do you know what you've done today? I don't want to be a pill-refining master. It's fine to occasionally refine pills. I'd rather die than sit in front of an alchemy furnace all day long. Chu Li said snappily. What's wrong with that? You. Li Ruolin gritted her teeth and said angrily, Can't you just bear with it? It's not like you're a pill-refining master for the rest of your life. Who can do what they like? I have no choice. I can't bear with it. I can only refuse, Chu Li said. This is good too. I'll be more at ease in Gale City. You can be a branch leader for the rest of your life in Gale City. Li Ruolin said angrily. It's not bad to be a branch leader for the rest of my life. Chu Li smiled. I have the final say in Gale City. No one can tell me what to do. Shut up. Li Ruolin looked around and quickly pulled Chu Li. Let's go. She glared at Chu Li hatefully. If the saint heard what he said, she would definitely give him the cold shoulder. He would not be able to make a comeback anymore. He was simply shooting his mouth off. The two of them left the valley and soon arrived at Chu Li's small light peak. The two of them stood in front of the thatched cottage amidst the howling wind and looked at each other. Li Ruolin was furious while Chu Li was indifferent. He looked at her impudently. Li Ruolin could not stand his stare and broke the silence first. "What are you thinking? I do what I want to do," Chu Li scoffed. "No one can force me to do what I don't want to do. Not even the saint. Do you think you can convince the saint?" Li Ruolin said snappily. "She's the saint. The saint can't just say whatever she wants," Chu Li said unhappily. "I don't want to be a pill-refining master. You're being unreasonable. You just have to listen to the saint's orders." Li Ruolin scoffed. "If the saint wants you to die, you shouldn't hesitate. Of course, the saint won't give such orders, but you're disloyal to the Holy Church of Light if you don't listen to the saint. Do you know what that means?" Chu Li scoffed. "At most, I'll be sent to Gale City. Is there anything worse? Are you willing to be a branch leader for the rest of your life?" Li Ruolin said. "If it were someone else, they would have become a branch leader in their past life. You're different. You're a genius in martial arts and you're good at making contributions. You're destined to be a priest." Chu Li said, "What's the point of being a priest if I have to do something I don't like? Who can do as they please in this world?" Li Ruolin said earnestly. "Look at the saint. She's a powerful person. I think she can do as she pleases, right?" "No." Chu Li shook his head. Li Ruolin said, "You're quite understanding. Even the saint can't live as she pleases, let alone us. That's why you should be more obedient. Cultivate properly in Gale City, and don't cause any more trouble. I'll find a chance to mention you to the saint." Sigh. Chu Li shook his head. "Forget it. Don't mention me. I'm doing fine in Gale City." Li Ruolin rolled her eyes at him and waved her hand. "Let's go. I'll come and see you." She glided down and stepped on the treetops. Soon, she disappeared into the dense forest. Her green robe blended in with the forest. Chapter 3749. P.S. The 32nd Guild Master has been born, Guild Master X. P.S. Finally, there's another Guild Master. I'm so excited, but my fingernails are inflamed and I can't stand the pain of typing. My updates aren't good enough. I'm ashamed to see anyone. I might not be able to update too much today, so please write as much as you can. Forgive me, forgive me. Lung Tao sat on a tall horse. His plump body was straight, but his head was drooping. He had an unwilling expression on his face. There were 2 guards beside him, and one of them was Qiao San. Behind them were 4 protectors. Chu Li recognized one of the protectors. He was also a grandmaster from the Crouching Bull Mountain. It seemed like Zhuge Tian's words were quite effective. Qiao San was indeed here. "Imperial Crown Prince, look who's behind you." Qiao San saw Xiao Shi and the others. He quickly lowered his voice and said in surprise, "King An's imperial residence. Little sister Ling Qiu?" Lung Tao's face lit up as he turned around to look at her. When he saw Ling Qiu, who was sitting on the horse with her back straight, a delighted expression appeared on his face. He laughed and said, "I didn't expect to meet little sister Ling Qiu so coincidentally." As soon as he finished speaking, he tugged on the reins and turned the horse around to gallop back. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of King An's imperial residence. Lu Xing and the group of bodyguards blocked his way expressionlessly. Their imposing manner was eerie, but they did not give way and did not say a word. Ling Tao stopped his horse and glared at them in dissatisfaction. He waved his chubby white and tender hand and said, move aside, I have something to say to Sister Ling Qiu." Lu Xing and the rest sat motionless on their horses. The horses also seemed to be rooted to the ground. Lu Xing and the rest stared coldly at Ling Tao, especially Zhu Tianhua, whose gaze was even more eerie. Ling Tao looked at the tall and burly Zhu Tianhua and said unhappily, "Zhu Tianhua, you are a traitor and you still have the cheek to glare at me." Crown Prince Tao, please behave yourself. Zhu Tianhua scoffed in a deep voice. Yo, you've got guts. Who gave you the guts to say such nasty things? Your logic isn't bad. Why? You won't even allow me to see little sister Cold Autumn? You seem to be a steward, not third uncle, right? Imperial Crown Prince, you've improved a lot. Chu Li nodded. All right, I'll go back and report to my superiors. Please wait for a while. Thank you. Lung Tao proudly snorted. He felt that he had finally made a comeback and gained a lot of face. He looked at Xiao San with approval, and Xiao San immediately smiled. Chu Li adjusted the reins and tapped the horse's abdomen lightly. Then, he turned to Ling Qiu and the others and said with a smile, It seems that Crown Prince Tao has fallen for Miss Qiu. Do you want to meet her? Why would I want to see him? Ling Qiu curled her red lips. Lung Qing said, Little sister, scold him when you have the chance. All right. Lung Qiu thought about it and agreed. Head chief, his bodyguard Xiao San is especially annoying. How so? Chu Li asked. His eyes are sneaky. One look and you can tell that he's not a good person. Moreover, his demeanor is very presumptuous. Ling Qiu scoffed and said, It's as if he can kill us at any time. Looks like he was born in the mountains. Chu Li nodded. It doesn't matter if he lacks respect for the emperor. I'll find a chance to teach him a lesson. Lung Qiu revealed a smile. Lung Qing said, Head chief, be careful, this person is sinister and cunning. Chu Li nodded and raised his voice. Lu Xing, let Crown Prince Tao come over, but he's alone. Yes. Lu Xing and the others closed-fist saluted. Xuaningyu, Song Luiying, Xiao Shi, and Shao Qi sat quietly on their horses, smiling as they looked over. The main purpose of the hunting ceremony was for the crown princes and princesses to socialize. They would not interfere easily. Xiao San glared at Lu Xing and the others angrily, but did not cause any more trouble. He closed-fist saluted. Be careful, Crown Prince. Lung Tao took a deep breath and nodded. He looked like he was about to enter the tiger's den. He was anxious. He felt relaxed when Chu Li was not around. Even when Ling Qiu and the others looked at him coldly, he did not feel anything. He did not care if he was scolded or beaten. However, once Chu Li appeared, he immediately felt uncomfortable, as if he was in danger at any time. Chu Li had hit him a few times, and it had traumatized him. When he saw Chu Li's smile, he felt a little guilty. Chu Li did not care about Ling Tao. Instead, he looked at Xiao San. Of course, Xiao San did not recognize his identity. When he was disguised as Zhuge Tian, he asked Xiao San to bring people to the imperial residence of King Qing. It seemed that he made the right move. Xiao San had already gained Ling Tao's trust and became his confidant. The identity of the Crouching Bull Mountain was enough to make King Qing feel at ease. The prince's mansion only dared to use people like him who were well known and had a sect. 9 out of 10, the prince's mansion would reject those with mysterious backgrounds to avoid trouble. Even if they used them, they would only use them once. Lung Tao approached Ling Qiu and Ling Qing. He smiled stiffly and closed-fist saluted. Sister Ling Qiu, long time no see. We met 10 days ago. Ling Qiu said impatiently. Lung Tao, if you have something to say it quickly. Don't talk nonsense. Cough. Lung Tao relaxed. Ling Qiu's expression was normal. He smiled. It's nothing. I just came to say hello. Sister Ling Qiu has become more beautiful. I know, so I'm still talking nonsense. The hunting ceremony this time will still be hosted by King Uncle Bao, Lung Tao said. Fourth aunt will be here too. Fourth aunt will be here too? Ling Qiu was surprised. Fourth aunt was King Ping's consort. She rarely left King Ping's imperial residence. Although she had dealings with the imperial residences, she was very indifferent. It was as if she looked down on the imperial residences. Of course, Lung Tao said proudly. It's rare to see fourth aunt. I specially asked around. You don't have any other skills, but you have a lot of gossip. Lung Qiu scoffed. Alright, we have to hurry. We don't have time to chat with you. Move aside. Let's go together. Lung Tao smiled cheekily. No need. Lung Qiu waved her hand impatiently. Move aside, don't block the way. She knocked on the horse's belly and started to move forward. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.